This is the Troll live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome back. They are just wrapping up the 9th vote for Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, failing yet again. That looks like this is the exact same vote tally. I don't know who Hearn is. We now have 3 votes for Hearn. And it is 21 people refusing to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
Yep.
He does not have the votes to become Speaker of the House. Apparently, a 10th round of voting is expected.
Do not answer the call of the roll. They may come to the well and vote at this time.
That's all the votes, isn't it? That's the 201, 212, and then 21 opposing McCarthy. 212 is all the Democrats. 201 is what I thought McCarthy had earlier. Well, you just watched McCarthy lose again, and you could see McCarthy lose for a 4th time? Is it going to be a 4th time today, or are they going to adjourn for the day? That is the question. My apologies to leave you guys earlier. I'm now actually a licensed driver. The entire time I've been doing the Troll Patrol, I have not been a licensed driver. I think I look like a creep. The woman at the DMV said, "Nah, you look fine." I'm like, no, I look like a creep, don't I? So that's why I had to step out earlier. Had to get some business taken care of. And I just had a fantastic plate of barbecue. Oh my god. But I'm not high enough for this shit, so we're gonna have to pack another bong. There's Donald's. Byron Donalds from Florida. Got less votes than he did I don't know what the vote tally was the last round, but the round that I left you guys on. The 7th vote. He received 20 votes. There is Congressman Barry Moore on the right side of your screen. I actually responded to a Barry Moore today on Facebook who said something really stupid. Like, you better be glad there's a Congressman Barry Moore who is dumb as fuck, or otherwise, so you're not in the running for the dumbest Barry Moore on the planet. 21 votes? I mean, I don't know where we go from here. This is uncharted territory. I'm unclear what the 21 members of the caucus that are holding out on Kevin McCarthy actually want.
And now on the 9th vote, the same results as the 7th and 8th when it comes to the top numbers. Kevin McCarthy, 201 votes. He topped out at 202 votes on the first day. Hakeem Jeffries holds the Democrats with 212. Byron Donald.
Yes, welcome back, Grumpy.
17 votes again.
So glad to see you.
And Representative Kevin Hearn, Republican.
Sorry to have to ditch you guys earlier.
3 votes. Josh Brasheen, a fellow Oklahoman. Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz all voted for him. And again, Victoria Spartz of Indiana voted present. So
I couldn't ever find that channel, Sky Comet.
Results.
I was spelling it wrong.
And a potential 10th vote is possible.
Go follow them now.
Adjournment is possible. We don't know.
Adjournment is possible.
But a couple of reporters' tweets. Sarah Ferris, Politico. One of McCarthy's holdouts, Representative Dan Bishop, just told reporters that our questions are building the anxiety of the American people, that something's wrong. Instead, he said the lengthy process ought to be celebrated. And Eric Wasson
What emote you missing?
Bloomberg says that dissidents in the secret meeting are increasingly
This Twitch has been fucking up.
Usually that means a deal is close. Now, it's been reported that a lot of the closed-door meetings are being held in Republican whip Tom Emmer of Minnesota's office.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy actually already moved into the Speaker's office.
Punch Bowl. The McCarthy opponents have not picked up a single vote so far today. McCarthy is stuck in the low 200s with 90% of the Republican conference. Some McCarthy allies.
There's a new one for you. There's the I Love Pussy.
Close at the same time.
Yeah, I've even added some new emotes.
Can adjourn. So that's as
New Year
much
troll.
as we know at this point. This is
Ooh,
live
Justin Freakin smoking pot has been approved.
4:30 in the afternoon. Congress has been in for 4.5 hours today.
I'm working on a Trollatov for you.
Step away.
Thank you for reminding me, Mater.
Mobile with C-SPAN with our C-SPAN Now app, and you can watch all of this as you go about your day away from your television. And if you've noticed,
The C-SPAN app, it's a very popular app. Everybody's got the C-SPAN app on their phone.
Different than the usual house cameras. It's because C-SPAN on opening days of the past several Congresses has been allowed to have its cameras and control its own cameras in the chamber. And that's why you're seeing these
I
different...
can't do follower emotes right now. Because I've had emotes rejected, I do not have automatic approval, so I can't have it as a follower emote. Like I can't upload new follower emotes. It's weird.
Of the opening of the 118th Congress,
which is stupid. But like Maynard is the only one that's still there as a follower emote. I know it sucks. I'm supposed to get it back in 6 months or whenever, like 6 months from whenever I had a emote rejected or whatever. Which would be stupid. Now, they could adjourn, but it's possible that the Democrats even blocked them from adjourning. Like, we'll make you vote again, bitches. Must be the Florida delegation right here. It was Donald, Paulina Luna, and Matt Gaetz, all three representatives from Florida. Warlord, welcome back. I was sorry I had to leave you earlier. I am now a licensed driver. I can drive a car. Tadpole. I thought I was gonna have to like have a I've let my license expire before in my life, and last time I had to like get a permit and take the test and then take the driving test and shit. I didn't have to. They just renewed my license. It'd been expired for like 3 years. It had expired before the pandemic. And then just during the pandemic, I was just like, I ain't gonna fucking take the time to go down there. Like, I thought I was just gonna go get like a photo ID or I was gonna get a permit or something. And she's like, oh, you wanna renew it? Okay. Yeah, I'm back in the state where I last had a license. When I was in Alabama, it was a little bit more of a process to get a license. And my dumbass might have lost a Social Security card. Your progressive aunt. Happy freaking Thursday. Good afternoon, good evening. Getting ready to see wait, did McCarthy lose a vote? It was 201 a second ago. And McCarthy only has 200 votes. That is a loss of a vote, but I don't see the vote popping up somewhere else.
And we're still waiting on the official announcement of the results of the 9th vote for Speaker. You may notice that Kevin McCarthy's votes dropped from 201 to 200. Turns out that Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, who has voted consistently for Kevin McCarthy, did not vote. We do not know why Mr. Buck did not vote, but if we find out, we will certainly share that with you. Reporter Billy House, Representative Patrick McHenry, a key emissary for McCarthy in talks with his conservative detractors, left closed-door
So
talks
McCarthy may have lost
declaring,
another vote.
I think we'll get there in a deal to secure McCarthy's bid for Speaker. I can at least see the end, according to Representative McHenry. I think we have the right contours that enable us to get Kevin McCarthy to have a majority vote.
No fucking way. I do not believe it. Yeah, Mater, go get you a shower and you can come back in time for the next round of voting. We might be here for a while. This could supersede an actual Troll Patrol episode tonight. I won't be mad. It's less work for me. It does, a member not voting does lower the threshold. However, it's not going to affect this vote. Yeah, you're seeing all kinds of cool shots from C-SPAN because they've got control of their cameras. Once the House is sworn in, it's actually the party in power that has control over C-SPAN's cameras. So we're getting a lot of candid shots. We're getting a lot of shots of the gallery that you don't normally see. There is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Representative Barry Moore. Two incredibly dumb people. Barry Moore kind of looks like Ralph Wiggum. What that news be doing, Fuzzy Face? How are you, my friend? We currently just wrapped up the 9th vote for the Speaker of the House. Kevin McCarthy not securing the speakership yet again. He may be headed to another vote. They may adjourn. Hopefully they're going to do another vote. We'll try to keep you company tonight, Mater. We'll stay going as long as we can. Congress may be going all night long. They canceled Thursday Night Football. Does that have something to do with the Bills player?
Well, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, McCarthy supporter, did not vote in this last round. Chad Pergram is reporting that Ken Buck is traveling to a medical appointment. He is now out tonight.
Maybe Ken Buck don't give a fuck.
Tomorrow. We have some other news. Kevin Hearn, Republican of Oklahoma, who got 3 votes.
I was telling Curiouser about how I'd like to go to work for C-SPAN. I was like, that'd be a good job for me.
That Mr. Hearn,
I couldn't do shit like Ken Buck don't give a fuck on C-SPAN.
Politico is saying that the funeral is on Saturday, and if votes go through weekend, he will miss them. And one other personnel news, Rep-elect Wesley Hunt.
Hey, Mater, we did a fantastic piece about what actually happened to DeMar Hamlin.
His wife just gave birth. Haven't heard if he will actually miss votes.
You know, I need to get high. I'm not high enough for this shit at all.
Potential conflicts if this voting continues.
Are they praying? Kevin McCarthy. I need to, I probably need to cash this one out. Something to do with a Bills player and Orthodox Christmas. Tadpole, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's funny. What's not funny is Steny Hoyer. Fuck you, Steny Hoyer. There's not many members of the House that I have a complete disdain for. Steny Hoyer is one of them. Another one is Dan Crenshaw, who I would give anything to piss in his open eye hole. You weren't expecting that one, were you? The number of masks is kind of wild. Knowing that we have a new, far more virulent variant now. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's like the doctor explained it to us. It's like you have to take an impact at just the right
of Illinois,
like downbeat of the heart or some shit in order to get it to stop.
Luna of Florida both have voted for either Byron Donalds or Jim Jordan or one of the alternatives.
Is that Debbie Wasserman Schultz
Writes for Politico,
talking with Matt Gaetz?
and he just heard GOP leader Steve Scalise tell reporters that he thought we'd have another speaker vote today, which would be the 10th, but would we be here through the weekend? Quote, that's...
Yeah, he was doing the tackle.
According to Majority Leader Scalise. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you've seen on the floor quite a bit.
So it looks like we're going to do this at least one more time.
She is well known for her
usually takes about an hour and a half.
Connections, and she has been a supporter of Kevin McCarthy consistently throughout these 9 votes, and she has tweeted out, "Good things are coming, hold a little longer."
So they're telling us that they have negotiated a deal. They're like, the reporting that we're hearing now is that they think they're going to be able to secure the speakership for Kevin McCarthy. I just don't see how that happens. But I guess anything is possible. So this should be the official tally of the 9th vote.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
But there's one seat open because there's been a death in Congress. There's not 435 like I thought. There's 434, but 2 members are missing.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received...
Yeah, he was fencing with me. I was trying to stick my dick in his eye. Man, how do you, learn to feel embarrassment, sir? I can't believe you're still out there in public. I wouldn't show my fucking face.
17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 3, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
He did not win re-election,
I rise to
Mater.
nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
We're doing it again. He apparently does podcasts now. Gonna do the dance one more time at least tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madison Gawthorne.
The American dream is a dream.
Not much different than it was earlier, War Machine. Welcome back, my friend. So glad to see you.
The American dream is a dream worth fighting for.
American Dream was a wrestler by the name of Dusty Rhodes.
That Kevin McCarthy is the man to lead us as we work to fulfill that dream for everyone in every state and in every district.
They're willing and dealing right now, Fuzzy Simba. Also, good evening, my friend.
Everyone in this chamber understands the need to serve our constituents. It's who elected
They'll
us.
be in for the
It's
vote.
our responsibility.
So
Kevin
this is the beginning of the
understands
10th
this as well as
vote
anyone.
to elect the
He
Speaker
has
of the House.
dedicated his life to spreading opportunity for all through the private sector and the public sector.
Yep, Ray, that is correct.
You know, this place is a special place for me.
I mean, it means Justin
My
Freakin
first
should
time
pack
on
up a
the Hill
bong.
was back when I was an intern in 2003. My mom visited, and I remember walking her around the halls of
Curious and I went
That's
out
why I own
running
the place.
around, got some barbecue.
Well, just a few
I
days
came
ago,
back, had my barbecue
I got to
plate,
walk my mom around one more time this special place
and now we're doing this again.
as a member-elect of the United States House of Representatives.
Did this twice while I was gone.
The American dream is
I'm a
alive.
licensed driver now. I can drive a car legally.
I've gotten to know Kevin McCarthy well. He secured a Republican majority in the United States House and laid out a plan to deliver for the American people. There's one thing that I know about Kevin McCarthy. He cares
You
about
know, I
America.
wonder if our cat's drinking fountain
cares
needs
about
to
our
be
country,
cleaned out.
and
I
is here
routinely put more water
not
in
to
it.
be somebody, but to do something. And that has been laid out in his commitment
Okay,
to
I've got like
America.
one bowl of this
To fight
shit
for an
left.
economy
I'm
that is
probably
strong.
gonna
A
I'm
nation
saving it for a
that is
special
safe.
occasion. I guess this is a pretty
A future
special
that is
occasion.
built on freedom and a
The
government
next one we're gonna
that is
smoke.
accountable. This I can strongly get behind. This country gave me and my family.
This isn't the one that holds ice cubes. I got another one that does hold ice
the
cubes.
American dream. Friends, I was born in Mexico. The best way that I can tell you who
Put up
I am
over
is
there. I need to
through a
break it
short
out. I've not
conversation
broke it
I had
out
with
since
my
I've been
dad
here.
when I told him I was going to run for office. This
It's
conversation,
Curious's
of course,
least favorite of the bongs
in
I have,
Espanol,
so that's why I never
in
break it
Spanish.
out.
My dad asked me, Juan, where else can
Juan.
we have our story? We come to this country.
This is Juan
we immerse in the
Siscamani
culture,
from
we learn
Arizona.
English, we go through the long journey and become U.S. citizens. He said, I drive a bus my whole life
Oh, put some ice in the kitty fountain.
Now my son
Oh, I
has
thought you were
a shot
telling me you
at
put some
becoming
ice
a
in my
member
bong.
of the United States Congress. Where else in the world could we have our story?
I mean, there are other Western democracies. There are countries that are more democratic than we are. Oh, they're chanting USA. Let me put up the flag. Just another day.
Where in the world could any of us have our story?
Mass shooting USA.
Regardless of our background, regardless of where we come from,
8 people were found dead in a house in Utah.
we
I
have
assume a gun was involved.
to sit here today as part of a historic moment, fighting for what we believe. The answer of where else is nowhere else, only here. I trust Kevin to fight for that American dream because he's
Man,
a product of it.
never
We're
trust
all
a
a product of
Kevin.
it. He gets it and understands that a government accountable to the people is the best tool to ensure
Whoa.
generations continue to have
There you
a
see
real shot
Representative Matt
at the American
Gates.
dream. So let's be proud of our
conferencing with Pramila Jayapal, the chair of the Progressive Caucus.
to ensure that everyone has the same
Simp,
opportunity
good
to
evening.
write their own story. Being a representative isn't a job title. It's a job description. The eyes of the world are on us.
How long did he think of
We are
that
airing
line?
Our grievances. That's the cost of leadership. The leadership that comes from this body. So let's act like it. Let's step up to that calling.
Well, the Republicans have definitely been reaching out to the progressives. However, I don't know, like the progressives aren't going to be able to get like Matt Gaetz
And we'll
anywhere.
stand united to fight for the
Because
values.
Matt Gaetz is on
that
the side
matter
of
to the
voting
American
against
people.
McCarthy.
The American people who sent us here.
But the Democrats are united. They are not going to do anything other than vote 100% for Hakeem Jeffries.
It's time
all
to do the
212
job
of them.
we were entrusted to do, to get results for the American people that sent us here. And the best person to lead us in this journey and in this fight to defend the American dream for all.
They could make a deal with some Democrats, but what are the Democrats? It's going to be a steep price to pay to get like 10 or so Democrats to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
To stand here before you today as the first naturalized citizen in the history of Arizona to win a congressional seat.
Fuck, 10 doesn't even get him to
Proud of the
218.
work of my parents. My dad
Need like
drove
18.
a bus for most of his life. My mom, a homemaker. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. Didn't own a home until I was in college. But my story is not unique. I washed cars with my dad in the same neighborhood that our office sits.
This dude looks like Sean Spicer.
We're not here celebrating one particular story. We're here celebrating the American opportunity, only found here.
Also,
Being
all
born
three
from
of
this
these
body as
guys
well.
sitting behind him look
As the
like
opportunity of our
fucking
country goes on.
chuds.
And all of you in this room have that story. I strongly believe that we all have a car wash story. The story where we began. And in spite of all the challenges,
My car wash story has to do with buying drugs out from behind
we
a
are
car
here.
wash.
And each one of us are a testament to the opportunity and the greatness of this country. And that is why we are here. And I strongly believe that Kevin McCarthy is the person to lead this body in this new fight, this next 118th Congress. So, at the direction of the Republican Conference,
Thumbs Day Thursday. They all look like thumbs. You're
as the
right.
next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
I don't know if there's even going to be an 118th Congress. They just have to skip it, go right to the 119th. I could not, my ego couldn't take being Kevin McCarthy and sitting out there and
to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
short and sweet for the Democrats now. They did make a speech earlier.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk,
Okay, here we
I want
go.
to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle for sharing his American dream story and for his family for being here with him at his side. It is our hope that this chamber gets down to the business so he and all the new members
This is Representative Pete
can
Aguilar
be sworn in
from
to do the
California.
work of the people. That's why House Democrats stand united again on this ballot to make sure that Hakeem Jeffries is the lead vote getter in this chamber. And it's also why it's important, just like I relayed a few days ago, Madam Clerk, the importance of the character of Hakeem Jeffries, who he is, his story, and why he should be given an opportunity to lead this chamber. In New York, after the 5th grade, you can't get on a bus to go to school anymore. You have to take alternate means. You can walk or you can take a train. In 6th grade, he and his brother would walk to the train station, take the train, get off the train, and walk to school. Now, there's a little disagreement in the Jeffries household as to how many days his father took him on that route before he let him navigate that route with his younger brother. The character it takes for an older brother.
Why are you talking about Hakeem Jeffries' kid? Uh-oh, there's Dan Crenshaw. Sir, did you know that I would give anything in the world to piss in your open eye hole?
To handle themselves and to handle each other.
Give me that eye pussy, sir.
That's the character of this man. That's the character of a leader you want in this chamber. He's going to be the one who walks with you, who sees you through the day, who makes sure your priorities are his priorities. And at the end of the day, when it's just you and he's going to make sure we all do the business of this body.
I mean, Jeffrey should have been the one to tell the personal story.
For our families.
Here, let me tell you about this dude's
There's
kids.
nothing more important than the work that we do in this chamber for the American public. Safeguarding priorities like Social Security and Medicare, making sure that our families are taken care of, making sure that the families in our communities are taken care of. And what we've seen in this chamber is tough. It's tough to watch. It's tough to imagine what would happen in this chamber today if we were debating Social Security and Medicare.
Tougher than generic beef jerky.
What would the votes be? Where would people stand?
I'm going to have somebody chime in and be like, no, this brand of beef jerky is awesome.
That Hakeem Jeffries leads this body.
This off-brand shit that you can only get at this gas station.
I'm nominating the leader of the governing party in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries from New York.
So I had to look up her name. That is Catherine Clark, the minority whip.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
And I had to keep looking at it like 3 times. Like, it just didn't stick.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Representative
Byron for roughly about
elect Paulina Luna.
That he's from the state of Florida. I can tell you that I've come to know him on both the campaign trail and personally. But I want to clarify something real quick to my colleagues across the aisle. What you're seeing with this discussion does not mean that we are dysfunctional. And in no way, shape, or form will a Democrat ever hold the gavel to a Republican-controlled House.
But you got the most votes.
These discussions and dialogues have actually been good for the American people. And although the media tries to pit us against each other, I can tell you that it's been something that we need as a country. There are people that are frustrated with this process. Byron, through this entire time, has done something that I think most leaders should do more of, and that is listen. Respect people when they're talking. Understand the needs of the American people. Be willing to take negotiations, but also to realize when is a proper time to stand your ground on certain things. I asked my colleagues today to support him. I think he's an incredible representation of what this country is, and that is exactly why he has my vote for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
I've barely played any of that Zelda game. Who's Boebert nominating? This is the Herd dude, Hearn?
Colorado rise.
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hearn of Oklahoma for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It's as simple as that, folks. Let's start getting somewhere with this. Realize the facts. Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes Let's elect a Republican who can unify our conference.
Who's this Hearn dude? I've never heard of him.
I'm casting my vote for Kevin Hearn, and I hope you will as well. I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
So Kevin McCarthy apparently thinks he has it this time.
Okay.
Here we go again.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries.
This is
Alford.
Pete Aguilar, Catherine Clark, Hakeem Jeffries.
Allen.
This is your Democratic House leadership. Clark is the minority whip.
Jeffries.
Aguilar is the caucus chair.
Amodei. McCarthy.
It's been fun, Willie. Watching the Republicans go at each other.
McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy.
And in all honesty, the Republicans
Jeffries.
getting control of the House is probably not in the best interest of the American people.
Bacon.
So the less days they have to actually control the House, it's probably the better.
Baird.
Last time this happened was in 1856. It took 2.5 months for them to elect a Speaker of the House.
Boulderson. McCarthy.
Yes, we played the... Do you want to watch the Boebert on Hannity interview again?
Banks.
It was quite contentious.
McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Pause this for a second. Well, we're not pause it. We'll turn the volume off. We're going to stay live with it.
You tweet...
This was last night on Hannity.
Saying the president, you said complimentary things about President Trump, needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes. It's time to withdraw. Let me turn the tables, Congresswoman. Kevin McCarthy has 203 votes. Your side has 20. So if I'm going to use your words and your methodology and your math, isn't it time for you to pack it in and your side to pack it in, considering he has over 200 and you have 20?
Sean, I understand the frustration. I promise you, but
I'm not frustrated.
He does
You didn't
not
answer
have the
my
votes,
question.
and we are hearing.
I'm
from
not
many
frustrated.
people who are still voting with Kevin McCarthy, who
You're
are
not
very
answering my question.
supportive of what we're doing, and they're cheering us on. So there are more for us than are against us, and they are waiting for Kevin to cave.
Okay.
The American people are certainly frustrated by.
I'm frustrated by you not answering a direct question. You said to President Trump, you said earlier today that President Trump needs to tell Kevin McCarthy, you don't have the votes.
I didn't pack a full one that time.
Can I finish?
That's what I had on my tray.
You don't have the votes, and it's time to withdraw.
Open this
he
shit
has
up.
203. Your side has 20. Why is it time for him to withdraw and not you when he has so many more votes?
Well, Sean, he needs 218, and he does not have 218. We've been trying to work this out in private, as you said, for months.
He ain't got 18.
But Kevin McCarthy didn't even want to listen
to
us until his disappointing midterms. We all want a unified party, but
you got 3 now.
Chaos. It's a functioning constitutional republic. When everything is said and done,
okay, I like the
House Republicans will be stronger and better prepared to lead than we ever have before. I believe that this is what our founding fathers intended, and this is showing that our votes are working. Our votes aren't just a cast.
Congresswoman, I'd ask you not to filibuster. Yesterday you voted, and Jim Jordan was your choice. Today it was Byron Donalds who was your choice. Tomorrow, I don't know who you're going to vote for. But the bottom line,
Kevin Hearn, was that who it was?
Let me ask you this. Kevin McCarthy,
I think we're proving that we're open to a menu of options. Many different
you're
people
proving
can
that
be
20
speaker.
people
There's
don't
not
want
just
Kevin
one
McCarthy
man.
at this.
The whole orgy of people that they're open to. I like it. I'm down with the sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I mean, it's not really what the people voted for. We live in a highly gerrymandered
McCarthy.
Congressional map.
Burleson. McCarthy.
Money.
Bush.
Tilts the...
Jeffries. Calvert.
Tilts the outcome.
McCarthy.
Ooh, this shit's sticky. Sticking all over my fingers. That's what she said.
Caraveo. Jeffries.
Simp, have yourself a good evening. You won't be here for later.
Jeffries.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. The real Wendy Testaburger. Suck my balls, Wendy. Good evening, my friend.
McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy.
I don't know who's this magical unicorn that supports ideas from both sides.
Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana.
I mean, I'm doing my best.
Carter of Louisiana.
Sitting here streaming it, making jokey jokes over here.
Carter of Texas.
Rhinoceroses are rhinos are unicorn. I was like, why do I want to add the rhinoceros onto it? Rhinos are unicorns. Good evening, my friend. I'm so glad to see you.
Jeffries. Case.
There's a lot of factors at play, and I don't really think that
Caston.
the
Jeffries.
the public's voice is being heard.
Castor of Florida.
A lot of things tilting the balance of power.
Castro of Texas. Jeffries.
I'm working on the weed.
Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sheriff-Ellis McCormick.
But there's not a Republican.
Jeffries.
I mean, like, the Democrats are for more border security. The idea that they are
Jeffries.
for open borders is just absurd. I'm for open borders.
McCarthy.
I don't think you can restrict a free person's movement.
Clark of Massachusetts.
That's fucking weird shit to me. AOC,
Clark
is that AOC? No, that's not AOC.
Jeffries.
I don't know who that is. It's conferencing
Clark of
with
New York.
House leadership, the
Jeffries.
Democratic leadership.
Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy.
We should.
Cloud.
God, who? I saw somebody had a quote that was like, you put a bottle of alcohol and you sit two rival gangs down and they're gonna kill somebody.
Clyburn.
If you put a bag of weed, they're gonna
Clyde.
sit there and tell old stories, and then before long they'll be rapping. I was like, that's kind of true, and that would work in any situation. You get any group of people. Oh, was that a Snoop Dogg quote? That's some truth right there.
Jeffries. Cole.
That's what we need to. Everybody needs to be smoking up on the floor of the house. We need to be passing bongs around. Needs to be hookahs for everybody.
Connolly.
But the problem with that is, like, Republicans are uptight. Like, I don't mean to be partisan, but there is, like, just one party that is overbearingly fucking wrong about things.
Jeffries.
Right-wingers are fucking morons.
Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries.
That's what, so, like, I get a lot of people, like, you know, come in, tell me we need to form some left-right alliance.
Crawford.
And I just, like, that always seems to be the left capitulating to right-wing ideas and
Crenshaw.
never getting anything out of it. Crenshaw, did somebody say Dan Crenshaw? I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole.
Jeffries.
Give me that eye pussy, sir.
Jeffries. Cuellar.
C-SPAN lacking this time. We do not have the count on the side of the screen. Let me go get a live count.
Davids of Kansas.
Fuck. Let me spill my bong on the table.
Davidson. Davidson.
Oh, me spilling
Davis
my bong
of
got somebody
Illinois.
to sub?
Jeffries.
I'm lucky I had
Carolina.
some
Jeffries.
napkins right there,
Dean of
but it's not gonna be
Pennsylvania.
enough.
Jeffries. Daggett. Jeffries.
Thought
De La
it was
Cruz.
Daggett, but then again, you know, I'm Southern.
McCarthy. DeLauro. May the House be in order. DeLauro. Jeffries. Delbene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSagne. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart.
Had to go acquire cleaning
McCarthy.
supplies.
Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries.
We run a professional
Donalds.
operation over here.
Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy.
You see runs on
Dunn
Duncan.
of Florida. Dunn of Florida.
Not Dunn of Brooks and Dunn.
McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer.
What's Skylar White doing on the floor of the House?
Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu.
Bless you.
Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy.
Let me catch up on chat here. Who followed?
Ezell.
Johnny B, my man. So glad to see you. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Fallon.
No, like they like
Feenstra.
they have to elect the Speaker of the House before they can like agree to the rules and be sworn in. Oh my God, that Dennis Prager emote. Also, fuck Dennis Prager.
McCarthy. Fishbach.
Oh yes, back to what I was doing. Let me get a tally.
McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy.
C-SPAN dropping the ball, not giving us a live tally on screen.
Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood.
Right now there are
McCarthy.
4 for Horn,
Foster.
2 for Donalds.
Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott.
So, damn, he is lost again.
Frost.
As of right now, it looks like there are 6 votes. There's the 7th vote.
McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy has lost the 10th round of voting.
Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy.
And C-SPAN is dropping the ball here. Let me see if I can.
Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas.
Give me one moment here.
Jimenez. Jimenez.
Jimenez, what the fuck is up with you?
Golden of Maine.
Get on the ball.
Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries.
Oh no, I'm trying to get you a watch what I can do here. Give me a second. I gotta do this in real time. Make this work. Check this shit out. Where should I put it? We should make it a little bigger, shouldn't we? Yeah, there we go. How you like that? Oh, wait a minute. It needs to be below the border. There we go. Since C-SPAN gonna drop the ball, I'm gonna bring it to you. Oh my God, what the fuck? C-SPAN. Made me go to all that trouble. Did you guys just see that shit?
Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy.
I ain't gonna delete it though. I'm just gonna turn it off.
Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar.
C-SPAN, fuck it, because I said I wanted to work for C-SPAN. They're fucking with me now.
Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger.
So once again, Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes.
Granger.
11th speaker vote possible today.
McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy.
Seth Rollins runs C-SPAN apparently. He's got a grudge.
McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Apparently he flubbed a couple drug tests. Man, Joe Green, why you gotta keep doing this?
4 black girls who were murdered in the 16th Street Baptist Church of God by the kkers.
Jeffries.
We know you're excited to vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman.
Well, they have the ability to call the House to order.
McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Higaman. McCarthy. Carter of California. Jeffries. Harris.
I believe they're doing it faster now.
Harshbarger.
Does every subsequent vote go faster?
McCarthy. Hayes.
Professor Q, good evening, my friend.
Hearn. Higgins of Louisiana.
Well, Hearn is gaining votes.
McCarthy.
Ragnats.
Higgins of New
Good evening. Thank you for being a freaking follower. Welcome to the clown and shit show that is the GOP.
McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson.
I named this the Battle for Speaker of the House, Episode 4, A New Nope.
Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin.
Professor Q is correct.
McCarthy.
The debt ceiling vote is going to be insane.
Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries.
We're definitely in an interesting timeline.
Jeffries. Hudson.
I mean, I guess in terms of me as a political streamer and commentator, like, business is good.
Huizinga.
As for us as a country,
McCarthy.
Content warning on that one, fuckers.
McCarthy. Ivy.
I mean, I'm not cynical. I'm not a
Jeffries.
what do they call it, a doomer?
Jackson of Illinois.
I'm not a doomer.
Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries.
Oh yeah, I just grinded all this shit up.
Jackson Lee.
Yeah, C-SPAN brought that up earlier when they were doing commentary.
Jeffries.
That would lower the threshold. I don't think that's enough still to give Jeffries the speakership.
Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
They're gonna make a show now. But if McCarthy were to lose any more votes, it might cost him.
Johnson of Georgia.
Income, you're right. How spectacular indeed.
Johnson of Louisiana.
Politics is a lot of jacking off. I mean, you gotta recognize that.
Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota.
We're talking to the Republicans here. The Republicans aren't going to nominate Jimmy Kimmel. Joey Ora.
Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio.
Good evening, my friend.
McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Cam Logger Dove.
I like.
Jeffries. Captor.
Would I find a sexual pleasure jacking off on the grave of my enemy?
Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating.
Ragnats, that was Matt Gaetz. You were correct that happened.
Kelly of Illinois.
You just got the politician wrong. It was Matt Gaetz.
Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
That's another thing is like there are enough people that die in a normal session of Congress that it could swing the balance of power.
Kildee.
We've already got one seat open because a motherfucker died between the election and now.
Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy.
I am not high enough for this shit, so hook 'em if you got 'em, bitches.
Jeffries.
It's tomorrow, Friday.
McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy.
I can't believe there's as many people out there without masks.
McCarthy.
Including on the Democratic side. If there happens to be somebody just listening to the audio of this,
McCarthy.
none of the Democrats really have masks on either.
Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman.
And I mean, like, they had a colleague with cancer, at least one. And who knows how many other members of the House have
Larson of
medical issues. They give two shits, yeah.
Larson of Connecticut.
Now, granted, they all have health care.
Latta.
They all have access to really good health care.
LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
I like if McCarthy wants to make a deal with Democrats, it's going to be some sort of power sharing agreement. But I don't think they would do that.
Florida.
Oh yeah, and the adrenochrome. I forget about that.
Lee of Nevada.
That come on, what was I thinking? Of course, the adrenochrome.
Come on, man. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko.
I can't believe that Kevin McCarthy is still there taking this punishment.
Levin. Jeffries. Lou.
I couldn't do it. If I was in that position, I couldn't be out on the House floor enduring this.
Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy.
Loudermilk. He's got a kink about it, I guess. You're right, meat cakes, and also good evening.
McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Latrell.
Now she's gonna be one that you're gonna hear a lot about. She's gonna be a Fox News mainstay. She also already accused McCarthy's people of harassing her. She's accused a reporter of sexually harassing her.
Jeffries.
Which they did. They were asking her all kinds of weird questions about a murder, about her being a witch and shit.
Mann. McCarthy.
But they kept saying Mr. Stone.
Manning. Jeffries.
And if that's referring to Roger Stone, if Roger Stone is out to get her, what the fuck is up with that?
Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath.
We can dig up some bones.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Then again, like we've got skeletons sitting right here in front of us. No reason to go digging up Washington. Bourbon Supreme for Speaker of the House. I'd do it.
McCall.
Ponies and toothbrushes for everybody.
McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCollum.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Now I am now confused. I thought her last name was hyphenated, Paulina hyphen Lumen, Paulina hyphen Luna. However, the clerk has called her name as Luna every time, and C-SPAN fonted her as Luna, as Anna Luna.
Menendez.
But I thought it was Paulina hyphen Luna. But you're going to hear a lot about her. She seems like she's going to make some waves. She's not yet a congressperson.
McCarthy.
Anal Una.
Jeffries.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Miller of Illinois.
Anal Una.
Donalds.
You're going to hear a lot about her.
Miller of Ohio.
But she's not been sworn in as a congressperson yet.
Miller of West
For some reason, I thought you said something about Nickelback, Warlord. And I was like, what?
All day, every day, McCarthy. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy.
Ow, shit. I don't like. We watched her on Fox News, or we watched. We've watched a few clips of her already.
McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama.
Barry Moore is a dumb motherfucker.
Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
It does kind of seem like a sad place, doesn't it?
Jeffries. Moskowitz.
But there's something about me, like I wanna play on that field.
Moulton. Jeffries.
I would take a job at the House.
Jeffries.
I would not be a representative. I would be like communications department for somebody.
Murphy.
I'd totally do that.
McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries.
Why are you booing me?
Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries.
Mater wanted me to pull some like industrial sabotage. The House of Representatives.
Newhouse.
Why couldn't I get in there and affect policy?
Jeffries. Norfolk.
Why couldn't I be an effective communications director for somebody?
Norman. Donalds. Nunn.
Wouldn't I be doing more good doing that?
McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy.
I mean, fair. Okay, Mayor. Okay, I mean, you make a good point.
Jeffries.
But like, I wouldn't survive in prison.
Donalds.
Couldn't do. I've done like 3 days in jail.
Jeffries.
And it's just like I can't do it.
Owens.
Not even 3 days in jail at like the same time. Yeah, I'm streaming. Oh, no, don't apologize. I answered.
McCarthy. Panetta.
Battle Opossum might pop in. Guess he ain't high enough for this shit.
Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne.
Glad I thought of it. I didn't think it. No, you got to give me plausible deniability on this kind of shit.
Jeffries.
You got to leave me 2 steps back on it.
Peltola. Jeffries.
No, it's all good. You're not high enough for this shit.
Perez.
So I encourage you to smoke with us.
Perry. Donalds.
Battle Opossum probably has no idea
Peters.
What's going on. He's not a political person. He's just here because he's my friend. So allow me to catch you up, Battle Opossum. Here's what we got going on. This is the 10th vote to elect a Speaker of the House. There is a group of about 20 Republicans that are dead set on not letting Kevin McCarthy be the Speaker of the House.
Jeffries.
And he has fallen flat on his face 10 votes in a row. This is the first time this has happened since 1856.
Jeffries. Quigley.
We are on vote number 10. He does not have the votes on this one. It's possible they're going to vote to adjourn after this so that they can go back, try to make more deals. But so far, the deals he's tried to cut have not worked. Nobody has budged. He's actually lost votes.
Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington.
And we don't actually know. We don't know exactly what they also.
McCarthy.
Me.
Rogers of Alabama.
Good evening. So glad to see you. the 20 or so representatives that are holding up this vote, which consists of Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert,
Rose.
They've gotten what they've wanted.
Rose.
So it's odd that they have not capitulated yet.
Rosendale. Rosendale. Hearn.
Nobody cares about the UK, warlord.
Ross.
What are you smoking? Send some over here.
Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz.
What? None of this makes sense to me. Your Daily Star.
Jeffries. Rutherford. Rutherford.
So to sum up what's going on is like
Jeffries.
The
Salazar.
Republicans that back Kevin McCarthy could make a deal with Democrats, but the Democrats aren't budging. They're all voting for Hakeem Jeffries, who is going to win this vote yet again, but he will not obtain the majority. You have to get 218 votes in order to secure the speakership of the House.
Sarbanes.
Jeffries is going to end up with 212.
Scalise.
McCarthy is going to end up with 200 or 201.
Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries.
Is the UK falling apart? You've got multiple strikes going on in the UK.
Jeffries.
We need to check in with you blokes.
Jeffries. Skolton.
We kind of left you alone during Christmas time.
Schreier. Jeffries. Schweiker.
That's Pramila Jayapal, the chair of the Progressive Caucus.
Austin Scott. McCarthy.
From now on, I'm just going to call them all cocks, right? So it's going to be the Progressive Cock, the Freedom Cock.
Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Self.
So once again, Kevin McCarthy not going to have the votes to become Speaker of the House. There are no rules. The 118th Congress has not been sworn in. There are no rules currently on the House. One of the reasons why we're getting these kind of cool shots of the chamber is because C-SPAN is governed by the House rules once they elect a speaker.
Jeffries. Simpson.
Set the rules for the House and are sworn in.
Simpson.
But as because like they don't allow these shots.
Slatkin.
So we're getting all kinds of cool shots from C-SPAN. I'm sure they're loving this.
Smith of Missouri. McCarthy.
We've gotten some really cool reaction shots throughout this whole shit show.
Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker.
Smucker. With a name like Smucker.
Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto.
I love to teach this old man a lesson.
Spanberger.
I love that with Hillary Clinton.
Sparks. Sparks.
See, titty meat? Where do you see titty meat?
Stansbury. Jeffries.
What titty meat?
Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele.
I'm afraid the roll call votes don't work that way. That is
McCarthy.
Republican leadership: Elise Stefanik, Steve Scalise.
Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens.
The whip and caucus chair.
Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries.
It's good. I mean,
Strong.
Captain Stubbe. This could end up with Kevin McCarthy resigning, or at least withdrawing his nomination for Speaker of the House. Steve Scalise would be the next in line.
Takano. Jeffries. Tenney.
So they, like,
McCarthy.
if some of the Donald's votes were to abstain from voting, whatever it would take,
California.
I guess it would take all of them. If all of them abstained, all of the 20 that are voting for somebody else abstained, Hakeem Jeffries would win. He would have a majority of the vote if they just voted present. So they could totally throw it to the Democrats. It is a possibility that we have a Democratic Speaker of the House of a Republican-controlled House. I don't think that's very likely. We don't really, other than just grandstanding and hot dogging Battle Opossum.
Jeffries.
Even Trump has come out and said you need to elect Kevin McCarthy.
Torres of California.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the side of Kevin McCarthy. Like, this is a very weird situation. We don't really know what they want other than to grandstand.
Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries.
That is Hal Rogers.
Turner.
It is the oldest serving
Turner.
congressperson.
McCarthy.
It has been floated that perhaps he would be Speaker of the House in some sort of symbolic nod.
Jeffries.
Because he's the oldest serving member. If they could get some Democrats to vote for Hal Rogers, but Hal Rogers is also a piece of shit.
Drew. McCarthy.
Hal Rogers is the representative of the district where I was born. He has been a representative since before I was born.
McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries.
And one of the things that the Freedom Caucus, the fucks that were asking for, were term limits.
Wagner.
You should be surprised he's still alive. It looks like he's not alive.
Wahlberg. Waltz. McCarthy.
Thorne, good evening, my friend.
Jeffries.
Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Waters.
He's an animatronic.
Jeffries.
You're just joining us. We are watching the shit show that is the vote to be Speaker of the House. This is the 10th vote.
Watson Coleman.
This is the 10th vote, Carpe Pax, and also good evening, my friend.
McCarthy.
McCarthy has failed yet again to secure the votes.
McCarthy. Wenstrup.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that they renamed it from the Daniel Boone Parkway to the Hal Rogers Parkway. Connects Eastern Kentucky to Lexington. Another 2 years of McCarthyism. Well, technically, this will be McCarthy's first time holding the gavel.
Wild.
Don't work too hard, Mater.
Williams of Georgia.
They just renamed it.
Williams of New York.
And they expanded it. It was like a 2-lane road. Now I think it's all the way a 4-lane road now.
Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Wilson of Florida. Jeffries.
I would be pissed if I was driving them. But then again, you can look at it that you're driving on Ronald Reagan.
Whitman.
Oh, so it's not all the way four lane yet.
McCarthy.
Oh, let me smoke with you here, my friend.
McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members.
Always a good idea.
Who did not answer to the first call of the roll.
So we are missing some people. The dim should total 212.
McCarthy.
Smoke weed every day.
Vice.
I think it might have been Battle Opossum that I had the misfortune, like he asked me not that long ago. But the dude with the awesome voice that was on like the Snoop Dogg and Eminem songs. I'm like, oh man, that's Nate Dogg, and unfortunately he died. He dead now.
Buck.
Smoke weed every day.
Buck. Kamek.
Oh, it wasn't you? It was somebody I was talking
McCarthy.
to. Since you're like one of the only people that I talk to.
Davidson. McCarthy.
Ain't no fun when my homie can't have none.
Donalds.
Stop letting me sing on stream. I was singing Nate Dogg though, and now you got. But you caught me in the shower. Ooh, Carpe. Those are like. I always hate being out. However, after you've been out for a few days, George Santos sneaking up in here. After you've been out for a few days and then you smoke, like there's a magical feeling.
Jimenez.
Lenny, have I told you good evening?
Hearn.
Yeah, there was a wrestler that kicked a baby.
McCarthy.
And it was like, it wasn't my fault. Yes, he would be able to censure Santos. Launch an investigation into him.
Jeffries.
Relief. Fair enough, Thorne. Fair enough. Relief. It's like you get a little extra high, you know, you get a little tolerance break.
Jeffries. Rose. McCarthy.
They keep saying McCarthy's gonna win, but he ain't got the votes. What's George Santos just doing?
McCarthy.
So he missed his vote again. But he came back and voted for McCarthy.
Present.
That's the same vote total as before. This is the same vote total as before. 21 blocking Kevin McCarthy from becoming Speaker of the House. Zinsky was the baby kicker, yeah. People that aren't wrestling fans are like, what? The baby kicker?
McCarthy.
Battle Opossum. I didn't have time because I was working on something. I wanted to download Wrestle Kingdom, and I wanted to watch it after the stream tonight.
Jeffries.
Or at least watch Sasha Banks and Kairi Sane, Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay, and then Okada and Jay White. I was gonna watch those three matches specifically, which are probably like a fucking hour and a half altogether.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the roll,
6 question marks. Good evening, my friend.
well, and vote at this time.
Well, I mean, the GOP is definitely a joke. The GOP is a JOKE. That was cheesy. Well, I mean, I do a show with a troll head. You know, I've never seen Hamilton. One of these years, I'll watch it on the 4th of July. That seems like a 4th of July type of movie for me to watch.
That's possible.
So Kevin McCarthy fails yet again. He isn't gaining votes. He lost votes. I have seen Book of Mormon. I went and watched Book of Mormon live. Asadiga Egoan. I'm also probably fucking up how that's said. I was like, I'm watching it in like Birmingham, Alabama, and like amazed at how into it people were. You know, like I figured there would be some people that didn't know what they were in for, that would be disgusted by the material. Damn, Lenny saw it on Broadway. Hell yeah, Lenny. That's fucking awesome. You're very cosmopolite. Yeah, I don't know what the thought process is behind Hearn. Either way, it denies Kevin McCarthy. Are we going to get an 11th vote? Oh, Pax. I had a girlfriend who was a theater geek, and when we broke up, I had tickets to, they called it Mountain Oasis, but it had been Moog Fest in Asheville, North Carolina, and I still took her. But then again, I was also like trying to get her back and shit. It didn't work. Lenny, I don't believe it. Rhode Island is not a real state. I've never met anyone from Rhode Island. You're lying to me right now. Biden has a Twitter. Oh yeah, I guess it's the POTUS Twitter, isn't it? Apparently, me and Joe Biden both had barbecue this afternoon. He stopped by Q. Just Q. I guess Just Q is the name of the barbecue place. And some cobbler. Hell yeah, cobbler.
Well, for those of you keeping a scorecard, the top two numbers remain the same.
Okay, Carpe, like I did not catch what he, I had heard that he was going to expand Title 42, but when we were watching the little clip that we watched of it, he said that he was still debating on what to do about Title 42, so I'm a little murky on the details.
Those 4 votes went to Kevin Hearn, who now has 7 votes, and again, Victoria Sparks of Indiana voted present. So the 2021 dissenters from Kevin McCarthy have remained firm throughout the day. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican conference. Now let's get you updated on what was going on during that vote as we await for the official results. Jake Sherman, longtime congressional reporter, works for Punchbowl now, co-founder of Punchbowl, tweets out, sources tell us a deal between McCarthy and his opponents is close.
No way.
and Patrick McHenry have been negotiating it. Chip Roy is an anti-McCarthy person. Patrick McHenry is a strong supporter.
I don't believe it. They said this.
Now in Republican Whip Tom Emmer's first floor office. Ralph Norman,
they said this before.
South Carolina, another dissenter, says he expects an offer in writing tonight. Now, to follow that up, that Jake Sherman tweet, a reporter with Semaphore tweets out that Ralph Norman told reporters that leadership is, quote, putting things in writing, but the devil's in the details. Specifically, he's concerned with budget. Quote, you can't have a balanced budget unless you have cuts. The speaker has got to be able to use whatever tools he has to influence that. Again, that's Ralph Norman, who has consistently voted against.
Dragnats, you're right. It has been close to an agreement for 24 hours now. Well, from Kevin McCarthy's side, he's been saying they've been close to an agreement.
In the negotiations, Representative Ralph Norman has entered the negotiation room, invited to look at the deal. And finally, Manu Raju of CNN, who's been up there all day. Negotiators pushing to finalize a deal that could help them adjourn for the night and get McCarthy closer to the 218 votes. It's a product born out of talks between GOP leaders and Chip Roy and Scott Perry, chairman of the Freedom Caucus.
They're not even going to be able to get it done tonight. They're gonna have to adjourn for the night.
A lot of good work has been done today. There's still a lot to be done. Again, that's Manu Raju of CNN. We are awaiting the official results of ballot number 10. We don't know what's going to happen, if there's going to be a ballot number 11 after this or an adjournment. But a reminder that if you have to step away from your TV, go mobile with C-SPAN. Get the C-SPAN Now app. Very user-friendly.
Yes, because all the kids
you can watch all
do the
of
C-SPAN app
online on your phone.
When we called into C-SPAN that one morning, some dude had said like there needs to be like more young people calling. Government gritty. So glad to see you, my friend. I hope you were well. We could be heading for the 11th vote. Kevin McCarthy will also lose. It's good material for a streamer. I can't believe that he is not just like in total embarrassment. Does he really think there's a path for him being speaker? Like, I don't understand it. I thought his political career was over last night. Rocky Winter, good evening, my friend. Thank you for being a freaking follower. I can't believe he's still going. I mean, their camp is still saying there's a deal close, that it's imminent, but it's not going to happen tonight. But we don't know that there's going to be a vote again. Every one of them suck, yeah. Right-wingers are morons. Currently are waiting the vote tally. Oh, we saw it. We were streaming then. I'm very much enjoying this lady's yellow suit. A derp elephant. The concept. Awaiting the reading of the official results. The 10th vote. I mean, we can come up with some good ideas for Speaker. Dolly Parton as Speaker of the House, I think, would work really well. Let's be realistic here. Ragnats, hop in the Discord. Post away.
And we're still awaiting the official tally on the 10th ballot. We don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The woman you've seen up on...
You think I should become Speaker?
Cheryl Johnson. She is...
I wouldn't vote for me for anything.
Basically been running the show for the last 3 days.
Now, I would work in the communications department.
House of Representatives at this point.
Or a politician. That would be like a dream job for me.
Raju of CNN tweet talking about a potential deal. And he follows that up with this.
I mean, I guess my actual dream job would be doing.
Deal will help. It still won't get him to 218 votes. GOP sources.
Political commentary,
if
which
they get a deal, it will get him closer.
And what I'm doing now.
Pick off member by member.
Mueller was Robert Mueller. Was Gordon Ramsay would be a fantastic Speaker of the House. Robert Mueller was
the irony
not all there
McHenry,
when we heard him testify.
Writing a deal with the Freedom Caucus is that he preemptively
the Freedom
Caucus out of a leadership bid, knowing it would be a mess, and claimed a committee gavel. Now, if McCarthy falls short this time or is overthrown down the road, McHenry may be looked at as an alternative. Matt Fuller is with the Daily Beast, and Matt Fuller tweeted out about half an hour ago, "I've said it all along that McCarthy's one strength is that he's willing to do anything for the speakership. I'm not sure anyone else in the Republican conference is willing to offer more for the position. At some point, the holdouts may realize that."
He desperately wants to be the Speaker of the House. Like, it's been a dream of his. They have groomed him for the position. He thought this was his destiny. And maybe this is just that. It's just that petty. 20 motherfuckers that really don't like Kevin McCarthy. Mentored by Boner, yep. Pence thinks he's going to be president. I still can't, but like anytime we watch a clip of Pence, it is obvious he thinks he's going to be president. And sir, you are fucking delusional. You will not garner 1% of the vote in any fucking primary. Morgan Freeman would be a great speaker. I mean, this could be like a new thing, right? A celebrity speaker. This seems like a uniquely American thing that we can incorporate into our politics. We'll just have a celebrity Speaker of the House from now on. Mike Pence is running. That is 100% a given. Mike Pence is in the primary. He has not announced yet, but Debbie Wasserman Schultz has cats and horses, puppies. There's an assortment of animals on her outfit. I don't like the woman, but that, that melts my icy heart towards her a little bit. Ben Shapiro is the Speaker of the House. Yes, Wasserman Schultz is certainly still in Congress. Tommy Wiseau is Speaker. That works. That might actually be optimal. Maybe we can start having different directors. Is there something planned for tomorrow? Or are the Democrats holding some sort of memorial? I mean, I would say I'm an independent, but, I caucus with the Democrats. Once again, they're tallying the votes right now. We're going to get the official vote count, and then they'll go straight to either a vote to adjourn or a vote to see if Kevin McCarthy can become the Speaker, which, spoiler alert, he can't. I mean, the Republicans already are pretty much all Trumpists. Ragnats, there's actually, God, who did that video? It has nothing to do with any kind of political alignment. It has to do with the TV networks in the early days and who adopted which color for their maps. And it was flipped. It actually was flipped, and the Democrats were represented by red a lot of the time.
Vote for Speaker or an adjournment or
I don't remember what the reason was that it ended up being blue. It was by like the Reagan era
as confirmed
that they had settled on blue for the Democrats and red for the Republicans.
Over the line, sources predict could bring him 10 to 12 holdouts, but that's a guesstimate. Few details on contents, but it does include the one-member motion to vacate, where one member can basically raise the no confidence vote.
They should both be shades of piss. Did someone say piss?
We'll
give me that eye pussy.
Reminder that those are.
I gotten a lot of use out of this graphic today.
Usual House cameras. Those are being controlled by C-SPAN. We're allowed in during the opening of the recent Congresses, and we take advantage so we can look at what's going on the floor a little more in detail than we can on a normal day.
From the House? God. There's not a single House Republican I can think of that. Jesus. They're all horrendous. I've got dozens of Democrats I can name that I really like. I don't. Justin, good evening. If anyone needs me to catch you up, let you know what's going on, just ask for the recap. I might need to make that something redeemable. Not make it very expensive, like 50 fucking points or something. Hey, recap this story. You're getting ready to hear the vote total, the official vote total of the 10th vote for Speaker of the House. Kevin McCarthy has lost yet again.
That the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
I wouldn't go that far, Pax. It's not like
The Honorable Kevin
what was it, the Bill Hicks bit where you go into the smoky room and the dude puts down the cigar and they show you a video of the JFK assassination from an angle you've never seen before. Any questions?
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 13. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Present. No member-elect.
Third in line. The Speaker is third in line to the presidency.
A Speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise tonight in the spirit of 1923 to address the House. Madam Clerk, to nominate Kevin McCarthy.
Here we go again. We're doing another one.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, let me express my deep appreciation, the appreciation of everybody in this room for the work you're doing, Madam Clerk.
Oh, shit. You're right, Ancom. You're right. Second in line. Because the president wouldn't count in the line of succession. You're right. You're absolutely right. Second in line is correct. I was thinking second as in like they would be next in line to the presidency.
Our clerk has...
I'm sorry to correct you and me be wrong.
Has stepped up and reflects our House's best.
But always point me out when I'm wrong.
Dedication to this institution, and we're grateful. From the first
in line for hell
to the one that will be elected next, Kevin McCarthy. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most beloved in American history. The Speaker's mission is to carry out the...
Apparently, like Elon Musk wants to be
party,
Speaker of the House.
while at the same time protecting this institution and the traditions of the people's house.
He'll run its stock into the ground, which it probably needs.
Faithful to that imperative in our preamble of the Constitution to promote the general welfare. It's a difficult job. It takes a special...
What do you guys think about his tie? Is that a nice
deep
tie?
Affection for the House, robust courage, a sense of humor, and great amounts of humility and patience.
Oh my God, Vince McMahon is Speaker.
McCarthy for longer than my 8 years.
I'm not telling you, it is crooked. It is crooked. However, I like the color. I like the color an awful lot. I would wear that tie.
Foundational traits of leadership to bear for good of this institution and for the good of the American people.
I wouldn't wear a white shirt
said
with
that
it,
a nation not in control of her finances cannot control her destiny.
I may hit it with a different color green, maybe a brown, a
From our
taupe.
many conversations over many years, I have no doubt that our next Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, agrees. And the Republican commitment...
Kevin McCarthy likes to sport that pink tie.
Our Republican conference with taking on his two biggest...
You are right, Core. None of those words describe McCarthy. This is Representative French Hill from Arkansas.
And our domestic national debt and deficit.
What
Over
did Tennessee?
Years,
Same thing, Arkansas.
On spending. Printing too much money at our central bank.
He is nominating McCarthy. This is the start of the 11th vote for the Speaker of the House.
This bad policy palooza has gone into overdrive in the past 2 years with some $5 trillion of new
French Hill sounds like a dish you'd order at a restaurant.
By the House minority.
Got a lot of onions in it.
Whose own budget chair famously said there's effectively no limit to what America can print, borrow, and spend. Of course, this is madness, and it's not anchored in any economic tenet, and there's not a single one of us here that isn't demanding a return to fiscal discipline. And who can deliver fiscal discipline? Kevin McCarthy. On the point of spending, let me show you a list of everyone who's written me in the 2nd Congressional District who's asked me to cut spending. I'm holding up a blank piece of paper. No one has asked me to cut spending in writing. And there are not many people who get a lot of mail in this House to cut spending and to set spending priorities.
Sassy, good evening.
We get hundreds of letters asking us to increase spending. But we're at a critical point in this nation's fiscal health, and there's one person to help see us through it, Kevin McCarthy. How do I know? Because he said it himself, and he's identified how to do it. In 2018, then Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy brought a balanced budget amendment to the floor of this House. Mr. McCarthy,
Ragnet's bringing in the facts.
We've shown Washington's spending problem can't be boiled down to a lack of will. It's a problem of structure and process, and everyone knows the process of government funding in Washington is broken.
Yeah, we don't like those Kevins around here. My apologies to anybody named Kevin in the chat.
He went on to say, when you change structure, you change behavior.
We specifically didn't mean you if you're watching my stream.
What, we know that the structure set up by the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 has only worked to its successful completion 4 times in 44 years.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
We have nothing to lose by making big changes. That's your next speaker on the floor.
Income, that's my former co-host, Sparkles.
Kevin McCarthy
would always call my cat Kevin whenever he was being
conference meetings. We've heard it.
I would like you just being a cat. He'd just be like sniffing something, and she'd be like, "He's over here being a Kevin."
The floor under regular order and on time, and crafting changes to structurally rein in.
His name is Socrates.
These changes will bring sanity back.
But he's being a Kevin.
I'm committed to bringing sanity back to the fiscal process, and I hope every member on this floor will be and follow Mr. McCarthy's lead. Much has been said by our friends on the other side of the aisle, my good friends, the so-called popcorn caucus this week, if you will.
If you're not subscribed, you might get commercials here at some point in time. During the actual stream that we're scheduled to do, I've done a good job of catching the commercials and making sure they play all at once. It's a free for all tonight, so I apologize.
Of the Republican Party. Today, it's from the center right, but there's more to the story in that fight 100 years ago. And I want to remind you of that history. When Fred Gillette was elected Speaker
I like this dude's tie.
In 1923, the outcome was a more robust, more unified Republican conference, one that would go to work with President Calvin Coolidge, cut government spending, balance the budget, cut taxes, while paying down the debt. House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under
Sir, oh my God. Do you know what happened 100 years ago? Yes. For those of you that are unaware, the Republicans went on a reckless spending spree.
In the 20s, The McCarthy pro-growth agenda will benefit families across this country.
Cut taxes, gave handouts to businesses,
Speaker Kevin McCarthy
juiced the stock market, and it led to the Great Depression.
To unleash American energy, make the Trump tax cuts permanent, rein in runaway government spending, and fight for a balanced budget. So I stand before you today with unqualified support to nominate my friend, the next Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, Ragnats. It was fine for the wealthy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is
Damn
recognized.
right.
Madam Clerk, we've heard a lot today, yesterday, the day before, about the potential history that may be made in this chamber. But it is worth
This is Joe Neguse.
for the American people watching the history that has already been made.
When did we get a dose of him?
Of the dedicated,
He's got a case of the Obamas.
And committed public servant and leader from the state of New York, the first African American, the first person of color to lead any political party in the House of Representatives in the history of our country, and that is Hakeem Jeffries. Madam Clerk, it is with great pride that I rise to nominate the gentleman from New York, the man who has been the lead.
I mean, like, don't undersell how diverse the Democratic caucus actually is now.
Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the last several days have been difficult for the country and for the American people as they have watched what has unfolded in this chamber, as they have seen the dysfunction laid bare on the other side of the aisle. And I suspect that some Americans watching will recall the dysfunction of years past. My colleague on the other side of the aisle talked about history.
I absolutely love Heather Cox Richardson, and I do read her virtually every day.
Because I can tell you that as a member from the great state of Colorado.
For the stream tomorrow?
As far as dysfunction.
What, you mean the Friday Night Freak Show?
4 years ago, today.
Mox, good evening.
Sworn in with my colleagues from the class.
Chainsaw is special guest co-host on the Friday Night Freak Show tomorrow night. Unfortunately, I've not had the chance to
government shutdown in the history of our country.
Make a promo.
Because of the dysfunction and the chaos on the other side of the aisle. The country then...
I'm not sure who this is, but she looks a little shocked.
It looked to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of one of the greatest speakers in the history of the country, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, that is exactly what we did. If we want to talk about history, let's talk about recent history. 2 years ago, tomorrow, I stood here with so many of you in this chamber as our democracy was attacked, as our colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried to overturn an election. And the country, yet again...
Do you guys hear it like the Obama cadence?
House Democrats to lead and to govern. And that is exactly what we did when we certified the election and we safeguarded the transfer of power. So here we find ourselves again in unprecedented times in the early days of the 118th Congress, first time in over 100 years in which the House of Representatives is unable to organize because the House Republican Conference cannot select a speaker. It's a sad day for this institution. But the country will do what it has done before. It will look to House Democrats.
I think he's tried to copy his mannerisms and his cadence.
That is exactly what we will do.
Obama is natural, though. That's just a natural fucking charisma.
Now, you have heard from so many over the course of the last 3 days about the wisdom
Obama for Speaker of the House
and the talents of this extraordinary leader from Brooklyn. But let me tell you why I believe that he...
Oh shit! I've still got my. I was thirsty. I'm out of beverages, but my coffee from like 4 hours ago is still sitting here.
That members of this body would gain...
I drink old coffee all the time.
Quote, meanness, not greatness.
It's still good. It's still good.
Noise and not sense. By ignorance and not learning. Hakeem...
Apparently, they're pivoting to blaming Pete Buttigieg for the Southwest debacle.
Rooted in learning.
And if anything, Pete Buttigieg hasn't done enough
His approach is
for the Southwest debacle.
Sense and not the empty and jaded cynicism and noise that we see so often in our political sphere. He is a leader for our times, which is why I believe he is the leader for this time. The bottom line, my colleagues, is this. It is 6:30 p.m. here in Washington, D.C.
Well, as far as I know, the Transportation Secretary has been pretty fucking silent on the cancellations from Southwest Airlines. I assume they've gotten straightened out now.
A leader who knows that our best days are yet ahead.
See, that was so Obama.
Our communities and our Constitution and our country. And
both in the substance of what he said and the way he did that little finger point.
Jeffries of the great state of New York.
No, they just all give fucking long-winded speeches when they nominate.
And so, Madam Clerk,
this is the beginning of the 11th vote for Speaker of the House.
It gives me great honor as the chair.
Representative Neguse is nominating Hakeem Jeffries for the Democrats.
Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
As Catherine Clark, the Democratic whip, Pete Aguilar to Neguse's right. He is the caucus chair. That is your Democratic leadership.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To place a name in nomination for the position of Speaker of the House.
But Fringe Hill is just a cool name.
My friends, when Donald Trump was president, taxes were cut.
C-SPAN didn't even want to put the camera on Matt Gaetz as accused child sex trafficker.
Rising, capital was returning from overseas to fund the dreams and ambitions of our fellow Americans, and the economy was roaring. What a contrast to what we have seen from this administration now. And so I rise to nominate Donald Trump for the position of Speaker of the House. And for all of the vitriol that we hear from the media and at times the left, there were great moments of bipartisanship under the Trump presidency. And the Democrat nominee for Speaker knows that well because he led valiantly on the efforts for criminal justice reform, and I was honored to join him. And I know no matter who's sitting in that Speaker chair, we got a lot of work to do on that very issue. We took a first step, but there's a second step and a third step to take, and I'm glad that we were able to work with President Trump, with Republicans, and with Democrats to provide real outcomes for Americans, to create greater prosperity and more opportunity. I also care deeply about President Trump's focus on our nation's veterans. It seemed for far too long on the campaign trail, veterans were disregarded, forgotten about. When we would get elected to office, their issues would not always rise and get center stage, but we were able to pass veterans accountability measures. We were able to actually get people fired at the VA who weren't doing their job.
I mean, Trump as speaker would be fun to watch.
To extend and continue to nourish. President Trump oriented our views on trade so that we actually put the American...
Trump doesn't want it, though.
Not foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home.
Core, my buddy who's a Marine said they're getting their biggest raise under Biden right now, and he's like, he's very grateful for it.
That we were surrendering, and so we started to fight back. He stood with...
I'm sorry, he's not a Marine, was a Marine.
We stopped trying to find a new Jeffersonian democracy to build out of sand and blood and Arab militias in the Middle East. Matter of fact, President Trump, I believe, is the first president in my lifetime that didn't start any new wars. This is an issue that I know.
That is not true. Just because you don't call them wars. Just because they're what, strategic actions or whatever the fuck.
This government
just because you sign normalization of relationships so you can sell people arms and you call it a peace deal doesn't mean you actually did a peace deal.
To be able to
clinically, good evening.
Has been by accepting lobbyist and special interest money.
I mean, fucking Trump did a Yemen.
And that is not a criticism of either political party. It is a criticism of what we have allowed to happen in this place. And if we just go next man up on our side of the aisle, we will reify that corrupt system and we will abandon the people who are expecting us to fight for them. I have heard from my colleagues about all the important work we have to do, and it is my sincere fear that if we were to allow Mr. McCarthy to assume the speakership, that would not get done. That it would be business as usual, and the very same things that have paralyzed progress for both parties would continue to shackle us to never-ending failure. We can be better than that. We can raise our gaze indeed. We also have to restore to the Speaker's office an actual person that ought to be in the Speaker's office, not the squatter who is currently there. And if the architect of the Capitol is listening, I sent a letter, and I would like to know what the basis is to allow somebody to occupy the Speaker's office who comes in second place 10 straight times. Is there like some basis in law or rule or precedent for that?
The man makes a good point.
President Trump, because we must make our country...
Never thought I would say that.
...by making the House of Representatives great again.
One person clap for him.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Chair, I rise for the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
Who you got?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a privilege.
I like his tie.
We all are enjoying tonight. We are all enjoying as elected members of this great body. The People's House, as it has been said. And what a great representation of the constitutional republic in which we enjoy living, the greatest country in the history of the world. As we play out as the people's representatives in selecting the all-important...
This is Representative Bob Good.
Speaker of the People's House. I was out...
He is one of the never Kevins.
A few moments ago, looking out at the Supreme Court, looking at the flag flying above this Capitol building, looking at the Jefferson and Madison...
Yeah, I wear that tie with a black shirt. I wouldn't wear a white shirt.
And pausing to do what probably most...
I'm not a white shirt kind of guy.
Fail too often to do, to take it in.
He looks like a buster.
High privilege.
Gates nominated Trump
to be the people's representatives from our respective districts.
I assume Good is going to nominate Donalds.
This is the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Civil litigation attorney. That's a good call. Well, let's find out what he was.
And as a nation, no nation in the history of the world has freed more people, has rescued more people, has ministered to more people, has evangelized more people.
Oh, God, he's from Liberty University.
And that would be a good time to respond with some applause.
Please clap.
There's a reason why people from all over the world...
Where's your Wikipedia, you asshole?
Many of them illegally due to the policies of the current administration. But people from all over the world...
We're for City Financial.
...taking on a treacherous journey, risking life and limb, subjecting themselves to abuse to try to sneak their way into our country. Because they know this is the greatest country in the history of the world. No country in the history of the world
has an MBA.
More upward mobility, more advancement opportunity to people of all races, all nationalities, all ethnicities, like the United States of America. But however, we as a nation, we're teetering on the brink, aren't we? Isn't there just a window of opportunity to save the republic? Crisis after crisis. $32 trillion in national
I'm sorry,
debt.
Mox. I might not have seen it. I was looking up shit.
$90,000 per citizen, almost $100,000 now per citizen. Some $300,000 per household. When I said that on this very floor a few months ago in a budget debate, the then chairman of the budget
I'll scroll back up.
said, "Stop saying that. We're not asking."
An aggressive please clap at that.
As if it's not real, as if it's not monopoly. As I heard someone say, don't tell the other side what happens after trillion. What comes after trillion?
Pantsuit Larry.
We just spent $1.7 trillion. Both parties.
All of Democratic
In
leadership.
the Senate, a few in the House to pass a $1.7 trillion.
All of Democratic leadership was on their phone.
Sadly and unfortunately, part of the reason why
my ass hurts.
Today, the kind of bill that has been supported by our former minority leader every time it's come up in the House, no matter who is in control in the 12 years that he has been in leadership, contributing to the $32 trillion in national debt. Yes, the other side is better at raising the debt than we are, but we have been participants. We're in crisis. We're in crisis with 5 million illegals having invaded the border in the last 2 years. When is it?
Rabble, rabble, rabble.
We're in crisis with the state of our education system, K-12, college campuses, indoctrination of our kids. We're in crisis with the weakening of our military with these NDAA bills. We're in crisis with trampling on our most basic and freedoms over the last 2 years in ways we couldn't have imagined pre-2020. Whether we can assemble, whether we can worship.
What are you talking about,
whether
asshole?
we can travel, what we have to put on our face, whether or not, what we have to take into our body, whether or not we have to disclose what we've taken in. Trampled in ways we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago.
Trampled underfoot.
Where the people in the country are.
God, he represents Charlottesville. Charlottesville's such a cool city.
Back on November 8th and gave the majority by some 3 or 4 million votes to the Republican Party. It's not the White House. It's not the Senate. It's the people's house.
Go ahead. Tap that keg. Light one up. Tip one back.
On this side of the aisle with the leadership of this House. And we have a window of opportunity to validate that trust. To do whatever we can to save the Republic. To earn them giving us the Senate and the White House and this House back in 2024.
Never done a keg stand.
We have got to have a leader.
I'm not a drinker.
Who not only has true conservative convictions that reflect the majority of
a keg can be refreshing, though.
But yet a courageous.
Is that motherfucker nice and cold?
It doesn't matter what you believe, by the way, unless you're willing to take risks to yourself personally to fight for it.
God, we had a keg one time, and we left it outside like it was fucking, freezing. It was like January or some shit.
We will live
with that shit outside. It was so refreshing.
For the next 2 years. We will answer for how we voted. And I know how people in your respective districts, like mine, Madam Chair, all the respective districts,
remember what
how they're telling you to vote. They've been
This is vote number 11.
Years to vote for transformational change in our leadership of this Republican Party.
We don't do. Has he told us who he's nominating yet?
For the next in line establishment
creature. What up, Ninja Fart?
Cartel. But to vote for transformational change, and they're watching us. They're wondering if we'll hang in there, or will we cave, or will we give in, or will we let them down one more time?
Is he going to vote for Donalds? Nominate Donalds?
They're looking to us. You look and see what a great job a recent businessman did in the White House. Did things no one else has ever done in the White House. Did
Trump?
Things that no one else has ever done.
I mean, that's true.
Showed courage and common sense.
I don't know about courage and common sense, though.
We need a businessman as the Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hern as Speaker.
I mean, this.
We need a businessman like Kevin Hern.
Oh, Kevin Hern is who he's going to nominate.
Study committee's
I mean, I am going to make jokes. That's kind of my thing.
And put forth the only balanced budget that I've seen. Heck, the only budget that I've seen in the 2 years that I've been here. Who fought alongside us to say, why don't we adopt The Republican Study Committee.
I got a thing for Black Cock too. It's pretty nice.
For the Republican Party, and we didn't get agreement to do that. We need someone who will do that, and we need someone who's the head of the largest caucus in the Republican conference, someone like Kevin Hern. So it's my privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House.
Kevin Hern, baby.
I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
There's your nominees. We're not even doing Bryson Donalds anymore.
Come on, man.
No, Donald is one of the nominations. More people have died from COVID during Biden. However,
Adams. Jeffries.
You could say that, Biden is at fault for the fact that there's been such bad misinformation, but also, like...
McCarthy.
I had the fucking chart. I had the goddamn chart. I just had the fucking chart.
McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
Allen.
I just had the fucking chart of COVID deaths, the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. I've misplaced it.
Allred. Jeffries.
Not in my downloads.
Emiday. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy.
Bacon. It's an SVG file, that's why.
McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan.
And you can trace like the deaths to Republican districts.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries.
So yeah, you can say just as many people have died under Biden, but like
Barra.
It's kind of, Republican areas suffering the brunt of the deaths.
Fire.
I nominated Don Bacon.
Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Hearn. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer.
You guys want a cat? Where are you going, buddy?
Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries.
He said no. He's going to get on a scratching post over here.
Hearn.
He didn't want to make a camera appearance. Okay.
Jeffries. Bost.
Shit
McCarthy.
ran under the futon.
Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
There he is.
Jeffries. Brackeen.
Mr. Smokey.
Hearn. Brown. Jeffries.
We've been having cat fights around here all day.
Brownlee.
The outdoor cat came around, and apparently she let the outdoor cat inside, and he wanted to pick a fight with everybody.
McCarthy. Buck.
We are on day number 3 of Can Kevin McCarthy Outlast This Lettuce?
McCarthy. Baczynski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy.
My money's on the lettuce.
Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson.
He clearly does not have the votes again.
Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy.
Yeah, this is just another election that Trump is losing.
McCarthy. Caraballo. Jeffries. Carbajal.
By the way, Chainsaw, good evening.
Cardenas.
The Chainsaw. Going to be special guest co-host on the Friday Night Freak Show tomorrow night. I'm sorry I haven't made a graphic yet. We've been doing this shit.
Carl.
Man, Liz Truss feels like a long time ago.
Carson. Jeffries.
The bald dude besides, I don't even see Marge right now.
Georgia. McCarthy. Carter.
But quivering, good evening, my friend. So glad to see you.
Jeffries.
I'm down with the lettuce.
Texas.
That's my bet.
McCarthy.
Day 3 of Can Kevin McCarthy Outlast This Lettuce?
Jeffries. Kassar.
But unlike Liz Truss, McCarthy has not assumed the speakership. Liz Truss actually did get to experience being prime minister. You can see Dan Crenshaw entering the chamber right up there at the top of your screen. For those of you who are unaware, I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole.
Castro.
Give me that eye pussy, sir.
Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy.
I haven't even seen MTG.
Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscobani.
No election was stolen. Well, Tadpole, I mean, I've got to be in a position where he either lets me piss in his eye,
Clark of
or
Massachusetts.
somebody holds him down.
Jeffries. Clark of New York.
That is Minority Whip. Catherine Clark.
Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy.
I mean, like, the right wing is a clown show now, and like, absent Trump, they're not very popular.
Jeffries. Clyde. Donald.
As Representative Jim Clyburn, all in all, a pretty big douche.
Cohen. Jeffries. Cole.
Sassy Snicks. I don't know if I told you good evening. I'm so glad to see you.
McCarthy.
You always brighten up the room.
McCarthy. Connolly.
I'm the scat man.
Jeffries.
As Representative Steve Scalise talking, is that Chip Roy?
Jeffries.
Ombre 76. Good evening, my friend.
Craig. Jeffries.
This is icing on the cake, indeed.
Hearn.
So Wendy Testaburger.
Crawford.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it with DeSantis until we watched his debate.
Crenshaw.
We streamed the DeSantis debate.
Crockett.
Against Charlie Crist in Florida in the gubernatorial race.
Crow.
Leading into November, and
Jeffries.
Dude was slick. The dude is well polished.
Cuellar.
This is the 11th vote for the Speaker of the House.
McCarthy. David
Yes,
Kansas.
McCarthy must have a humiliation fetish.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Davidson.
Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Davidson.
Get well wishes.
Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina.
Did somebody say balls? You know what we do with balls around here?
Dean of Pennsylvania.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Jeffries. DeGette.
I mean, I'll put on
Dela Cruz.
I'll do the thingy with my t-shirt,
McCarthy.
and then I'll hold up a card for you.
DeLauro.
Can't show no titties on no Twitch.
Jeffries.
There is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Jeffries.
I don't know anybody around her.
Jeffries.
Sky Comet. Good evening, my friend. I'm so glad to see you.
Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito.
Desjardins. That's the one with the... That was the anti-abortion representative.
McCarthy.
That had like a mistress that he forced to have an abortion. I'm amazed he's still in Congress.
Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds.
Well, I mean, she's single now, quivering, so...
Duarte.
And we know she lives in sexual anarchy.
McCarthy.
You live in sexual anarchy.
He was having like swinger parties at her gym or some shit.
McCarthy. Edwards.
I mean, he didn't look like he's a bad-looking dude.
McCarthy.
I didn't get a good look at him either. He's a Republican.
McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries.
Bless you.
Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans.
Matt Gaetz looks really nervous.
Ezell.
Doing a lot of weird things with his lips. You think he's on some kind of speed?
Fallon. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson.
I'm going to point out again, that's a really nice glass holder.
Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach.
That tray behind her.
Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman.
I do not see McCarthy in the chamber right now.
Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood.
You see Elise Stefanik.
McCarthy. Foster.
The caucus chair.
Jeffries.
Softball Saul, good evening.
Jeffries. Fox.
Have a seat, take a seat. Fuck you, Steny Hoyer. There in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see Max Frost. That is the youngest member of Congress. What, the first Gen Z member of Congress?
Frost. Jeffries. Fry.
Oh, absolutely. AOC got reelected.
McCarthy. Fulcher.
Gaetz and AOC did have a conference yesterday.
Trump.
Donald John Trump.
Gallagher.
Kevin McCarthy has lost again.
Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino.
Matt Gaetz did that, Ray. Also, good evening, my friend.
Garbarino.
There you can see one of the oldest members of Congress talking to the youngest member of Congress. We got a real yin-yang going on in this shot.
Garcia. Jeffries.
I guess the old dude is giving out the onboarding materials.
Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine.
You see that Hakeem Jeffries now has 69 votes.
Of New York.
Noise.
Jeffries. Gomez.
We can keep it right here on the line of black ladies, because I'm sure they're going to say some sassy shit throughout all of this.
Vicente Gonzalez.
I'll be more than entertained.
Jeffries. Good of Virginia.
It's been funny the whole time.
Hearn. Gooden of Texas.
He's a good one. I like this dude. He's a handsome young man. I'm sorry, he's more of an elderly gentleman. He's a daddy. Give me that zaddy.
Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy.
You can see that Kevin McCarthy now has 69 votes. Nice.
McCarthy. Green of Texas.
It is the majority of votes cast. Yes. Hey. Oh, she brought in a kitten. She's got her all wound up. Oh, you can look at him? There we go. Get that cute little face on stream. Oh my god, that's adorable. That little tongue. Well, thank you. Everybody enjoyed that, I am certain.
McCarthy.
There was a nice break from this.
McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman.
She's a wild one.
McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries.
I'm sorry, did something happen while I had a kitten? I'm sure kitten was more important. Yeah, I don't know who this bald dude is that MTG is talking to.
Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn.
I mean, they get a little rowdy every now and again.
Hearn.
218 is the magic number.
Louisiana.
202 is as high as he's been able to get, and he hasn't been able to get 202 since the first vote.
Jeffries.
George Santos now sitting next to MTG.
Hill.
That's a couple of shiny. That's not just one shiny head. That's two shiny heads.
Jeffries.
Happy shiny people laughing.
McCarthy.
Leroy Jenkins.
Jeffries. Houchin.
I would.
McCarthy.
If I had a bald head, I'd wax it.
Houlihan.
Speaking of which, I might have a bald head should
Hoyer.
Should Donald J. Trump end up getting indicted.
Of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries. They are doing the Leroy Jenkins.
McCarthy. Hunt.
Hakeem Jeffries is the House Minority Leader, or will be the House Minority Leader once McCarthy. The 118th Congress is sworn in.
McCarthy.
Oh, Emmerich.
Jeffries.
Santos now listing MTG as a spouse. The lies just keep coming.
Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Perhaps Donald's.
McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries.
The others do not matter. It still has denied Kevin McCarthy. This 11th vote has failed.
Jeffries.
That is Hakeem Jeffries. That is your House, or that is your Democratic leadership right there. Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Pete Aguilar.
Johnson of Louisiana.
That's who I assume the others are for, is Donald's.
McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio.
Yeah, they will. And they'll do the same thing for McCarthy here in a little bit.
Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson and Johnson.
McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy.
There is Gymnasium Jordan, who helped cover up sexual abuse at Ohio State University. Lauren Boebert handing off some papers.
McCarthy. Kemlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor.
Quivering. That is a great idea.
Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating.
Perhaps you could trick enough of them to not show up.
Kelly of Illinois.
To change the vote threshold.
Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
And get Hakeem Jeffries elected the Speaker of the House.
Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Jordan was the one that they were all voting for, and Jordan's like, no, I don't want it. But Jordan is actually in-house leadership.
McCarthy.
He has committee assignments. I believe he is the committee chair of the banking committee or some shit like that.
McCarthy.
Or will be the committee chair.
Kilmer.
MTG got her committee assignments back. That's what she was promised by McCarthy, to be put on committees.
McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries.
I don't know what it is that Gates is wanting out of this other than just the grandstand.
Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy.
Whereas, like, Jordan and MTG are actually wanting to play ball with the Republican Party.
LaLorda. McCarthy. LaMalfa. LaMalfa. Lamborn. McCarthy.
That's possible that Gates is planning on running for president, but I mean, I don't think he's going to do that as long as Trump is
McCarthy. Larson
running for president. Could be angling for a vice presidential slot.
Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta.
Because Seth Rollins stole my name.
LaTurner.
This is WWE superstar and multiple-time champion Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the top wrestlers in the industry, and never in a million years would I expect that Seth would be spying on me, or at least following me on social media. You see, a few years ago, around 2015 or 2016, Seth started referring to himself as
Seth freaking Rollins.
Now, Justin, you may say, your name is Justin Freakin. That's not very similar. And you'd be right. But I actually rebranded myself as Justin Freakin after Rollins blatantly stole my gimmick. Before last year, I went by
Justin Freakin Mullins. Justin Freakin Mullins.
Justin Freakin Mullins.
I am on film and audio, calling myself Justin Freakin Mullins several years before Seth Rollins. And if we take a trip in the Wayback Machine, we can see that I've actually been using the appellative since I was in high school. If this was Seth's only offense, I might let it slide. But recently he started referring to himself as
the Monday Night Messiah.
I wonder where I have heard something like that before.
I am the new media messiah.
I am the new media messiah.
Self-proclaimed new media messiah.
The new media messiah.
So, Seth, since you and the WWE are clearly paying attention to me, consider this video your cease and desist to stop infringing on my intellectual property, and issue me a check for a cut of that sweet merchandise money. Obviously, you and the WWE are big fans of my ideas, so maybe you should offer me a slot on the creative team. Anyone who has watched Raw in the past decade knows you could use the help. And if you're watching this video and you're not Seth Rollins, check out the links below to learn how you can contribute to my legal fund.
Jeffries.
Yes, you can totally trademark a name.
McCarthy.
I should totally trademark Justin Freakin. I should get on that. There's your Kevin McCarthy. You look like Gomer Pyle.
McCall.
Flipping the thumbs up to
McLean. McCarthy.
That was embarrassing.
McCarthy. McCullum.
Seth Rollins is Speaker of the House. I'd do it. I'd vote for it.
McCormick. McCarthy.
I mean, I may have a beef with him, but you know you're going to get a good match.
Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries.
He is probably going back to whatever office they're doing their negotiating at.
McCarthy. Meeks.
So they've got backroom deals going on.
Jeffries.
Am I a wrestling fan?
Jeffries. Ming.
I was thinking about what, like, I did not get the chance to download it. I really wanted to watch New Japan after the stream tonight. Watch Wrestle Kingdom, or at least Monet Venado against Kairi Sane and Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega, and Okada versus Jay White.
Miller of Ohio.
Oh fuck! Do we have to do Gwyneth Paltrow now? He stole my idea for pussy candles.
West Virginia. McCarthy.
Hey, socks.
McCarthy. Mills.
I got the receipts for that one, just like with the Seth Rollins as well.
McCarthy.
Pussy candles.
Molinar. McCarthy.
Yeah, I do. I play those commercials usually every night. I mean, yeah, like I've changed it up to where I've got multiple commercials now.
McCarthy.
Where you don't get the same ones all the time.
More of Utah.
I need to do another one for the Freak Show, though.
More of Utah.
Well, not enough people have donated to my Patreon yet.
Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan.
I totally think that DeSantis will buy his time.
Jeffries.
Like I don't think he's in any hurry.
McCarthy.
Like if Trump doesn't run, you'll probably see a DeSantis run.
Jeffries.
I've not looked in that far.
Jeffries.
To see if a
Neal.
lawyer will take the case. Do you know one?
Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels.
Do you know a lawyer who thinks they can take on the WWE
Newhouse.
or Gwyneth Paltrow?
McCarthy.
Oh, Jeb is long done.
Norcross. Jeffries.
No, you're George P. Bush. Is that the next one? You've got a Bush in your future.
None of Iowa.
You got another George in your future. That's great. That's glorious. George P. Bush is the next one you gotta worry about in the dynasty.
Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds.
Yeah, Donalds is the other.
Omar.
Nobody even officially nominated the motherfucker, and he's gonna get the third most votes.
Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer.
I stuffed myself on barbecue before I came back on.
McCarthy. Panetta.
She's showing me. She's like laughing over some memes.
Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne.
Great granddaddy Bush was like a fucking Nazi. Helped finance the Nazi machine. Helped finance both sides of the war. To be fair. A ruthless banker.
Pence.
Softball. Have a fantastic evening.
Perez. Jeffries. Perry.
I don't think I'm a Nazi, but you never know. Nancy's still in the House. She stepped down as Speaker, but she is still a member of the House of Representatives.
Pedersen. Jeffries.
She doesn't look bad for 80. I will agree. However, she still needs to go.
Phillips.
Is that Wilson Phillips?
Pingree.
Hold on for one more day.
Pocan.
Things will go your way. Is that what Kevin McCarthy has on loop in his office?
Posey. McCarthy.
I think I gotta let Socks out. He's like upset.
Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy.
Yeah, they wanted to do a coup on FDR.
Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky.
That is Hal Rogers, the name that has been floated as a possible a bridge vote to get
Rosendale.
Democrats on board, like a symbolic Speaker of the House.
Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy.
Raskin is there. Like, you gotta respect that. That motherfucker diagnosed with cancer. Ain't nobody wearing a fucking mask in there, and that dude still showed up to vote.
Louise. Jeffries.
I mean, it doesn't look like we're ending. We have Santos, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massey all sitting together. That is a hell of a group.
Rupersberger.
Rupersberger.
Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan.
I mean, like, I would think it's exciting. Rodzilsar.
McCarthy.
Rod, my man, thank you for being a freaking follower.
Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy.
Oh, he knew his name that time.
Sarbanes.
He may very well get the boot.
Scalise.
His ex-boyfriend
McCarthy.
has said he's lying about other things we don't even know about yet.
Jeffries. Schakowsky.
But like that could be the one thing he wasn't lying about, is it seems that he actually is gay. Stop animal murder and torture. I thought you already were a freaking follower. Welcome back to the fray. Good evening.
Snyder.
That one's a little more rudimentary, quivering.
Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries.
He has, like, I wonder if, like, MTG was even talking to him. Like, oh God, get this weirdo away from me.
McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries.
He said that the last person to occupy the Santos office went to federal prison.
Self. Donalds.
I mean, are we going to get vote number 12 tonight? What's the point?
McCarthy. Sewell.
I don't see how this ends, Kevin.
Sherman.
What are you going to do? Like, I thought Kevin's political career was over last night, but he thinks he's going to pull something out.
Simpson. McCarthy.
No.
Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Missouri.
Feels like it's way later at night. It's not even time for the Troll Patrol yet. Speaking of which, I'm not going to have time to, like, put a show together.
Smith of New Jersey.
We're going to be playing by ear again tonight.
Smith of New Jersey.
He did, his net worth increased by a couple of mil out of nowhere.
Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen.
Well, I mean, like, lying about your mom dying in 9/11.
Soto.
And your parents fleeing the Holocaust and shit. That's pretty low.
Jeffries. Sparks.
Maybe I need to get comfortable here.
Stansberry.
Ditchberry.
Stansberry. Jeffries.
They're showing memes to each other, I swear.
Jeffries. Stauber.
That's what they be doing. Like, oh, here, look at this meme I found.
Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy.
You pulling out a vibrator. We're getting a little blue here tonight.
Stubbe.
Captain
McCarthy.
Stubbe.
Stevens.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong.
They're watching the stream of me watching
McCarthy.
them.
Swalwell.
Got some real Inception shit going on.
Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenning. McCarthy.
Tenpenny.
Tanadar.
Oh, no, I was off.
Thompson of California. Jeffries.
This is Benny Thompson.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons.
I knew Tiffany.
McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries.
I do believe that's Lauren Boebert.
Takuda. Jeffries.
He looks awful close to those men.
Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan, Jeffries. Trone, Jeffries. Turner, McCarthy. Underwood, Jeffries. Valadeo, McCarthy.
So take votes now. Do you think we're getting a 12th vote for Speaker tonight?
McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden.
Apparently the reason why they adjourned last night was there were not enough Democrats to stop them from adjourning.
Jeffries. Vasquez.
So tonight there are enough Democrats to stop them from adjoining. They can. It's pretty much up until up to them.
Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy.
I mean, nothing stops Congress from going all fucking night.
McCarthy.
They have done it.
Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries.
Maxine Waters always got a showboat.
Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida.
Very true. The last time this happened was 1856.
McCarthy.
They were not able to play on their phones.
Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild.
Because like they didn't have enough Democrats to stop them from
Williams of Georgia.
adjourning.
Jeffries. Williams of New York.
But there weren't enough missing to give McCarthy the vote. There were only like 2 missing.
Williams of Texas. McCarthy.
Yes, Wasserman Schultz is still in Congress.
Jeffries.
Hooping
Wilson
sticks.
of South Carolina.
They used to beat the fuck out of each other in Congress.
McCarthy.
Like that was a thing that happened. A dude was
Whitman.
beat to death in the floor of Congress with a cane.
Womack. McCarthy.
Maybe he was almost beat to death. I don't remember.
McCarthy. Zinke.
Had to draw their own memes on paper and share them. So that's the roll call, but there is several missing.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
At least 7. At least 7 Republicans are strapped. I mean, it'd be more fun than what we've got. I really like the way they do it over in Britain. We've been watching Prime Minister's Questions.
Farragon. Jeffries.
They do like rap battle style. I like that a lot better than the self-righteous speeches they do here in the U.S. You got like rap battle people over in the U.K.
Cardenas. Jeffries.
Yes, that has been an issue that several Republicans have been doing hits with news outlets.
Cuellar.
Perry earlier.
Jeffries.
Was it the first one we watched today? He had to be called down to the lectern. Apparently, McCarthy himself called him down to the lectern only for Perry to come down and vote for Donalds. But he was doing a Fox News hit, and he waited until he was finished talking to Fox News hit, doing the Fox News hit, to come down to the front of the House. Donalds just cast a vote for himself, I assume.
Fallon. McCarthy.
That is the 21. There's 4 more votes for Democrats outstanding.
McCarthy. Gomez. Jeffries. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Hearn. McCarthy.
Hey, you.
Hill. McCarthy.
So the question now for McCarthy is,
how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy.
McCarthy is lost for the 11th time.
McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. LaMalfa. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries.
What was that soundbite? That was from SpongeBob.
Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy.
Be past the Republicans' bedtime. Maybe they'll fall asleep. Jeffries can win. Perhaps.
Muser.
My butt's getting sore, I can tell you that. I don't get the sporty ball reference. God, Matt Gaetz is always doing creepy shit. Well, I don't know what he was doing with his hands just then.
Schiff. Jeffries.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sparks. Present. Williams of New York. McCarthy.
I don't know what they have up their sleeve. If they had something up their sleeve, they're beyond the time to show it. Oh shit, the vote tally fucked up. A 12th speaker vote is possible for tonight.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
I'll have to get up and do like calisthenics or something. My butt won't be able to take it. That's possible. We keep doing this until the U.S. defaults on its debt. Sassy is predicting 20. You're predicting 20 votes for this? 20 rounds of voting? Democratic leadership is huddling. It's pretty much up to them if they can adjourn or not.
In this hour, the Hill newspaper reads, it appears Representative Kevin McCarthy, Republican of California, is on track for a historic 11th defeat. On track because the official tally has not been announced.
Oh, but he lost.
What is happening behind the scenes? Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News tweeting out, House Republicans pushing to elect a speaker tonight per sources involved in the talks. A deal is cut. Either it moves people or Kevin McCarthy is in serious trouble. Lawmakers are reviewing it. The House could recess to allow discussion. So that is happening on and off the floor. On this 11th,
well, the way it sounded, they're wanting to do it tonight. There's going to be another vote.
Officially nominate the former President Donald Trump as Speaker. He said in his remarks, I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again. Max Cohen, who writes for Punchbowl News, has a quote from Patrick McHenry, who is a McCarthy ally and has been negotiating with those 20 holdouts. Quote, each meeting is more positive than the last. He adds that the goal is to get...
Oh, no, they're leaving the chamber.
And then
they can go to their offices and shit because they're like...
Of Politico with this report...
Yeah, I mean, they're going in alphabetical order, so they know when they're going to be called. So they've got aides that can be like, hey, come on, your name's getting ready to come up.
Quote, no, he said. Quote, I'm not looking for a deal. Leadership knows where I'm at.
So I did see a reporter had their snacks confiscated. Gates venturing over to the Democratic side. What's the wheeling and dealing there going on? That's a good question, Quivering.
While we wait for
I can't make any predictions as to what's going to happen here. This is
Republicans cross the aisle over to the Democratic side. It looks like talks are happening between the two sides. Who knows what it is that they are talking about?
But like, it's meaningless. It's meaningless for Gates and his posse to want to talk to the Democrats.
There's Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic.
Unless they're going to do something to where they throw it to Hakeem Jeffries.
On his side, you saw Matt Gaetz, a Florida Republican, cross over and talk to some Democrats. We will keep you updated as we continue to watch.
If there's a deal to be made with Democrats, it's
and report to you
the McCarthy side making a deal with Democrats.
Lawmakers on and off the floor.
But that one's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. The only thing I can think of is that the Gates and his cohorts may vote present in order to throw it to Hakeem Jeffries. But they're wanting something from Democrats in return for that. That would be my thought. But what is it that Matt Gaetz is wanting from Democrats in order to vote for Jeffries? Or to vote present and try to clear the way for Jeffries to become Speaker. He's still on the Democratic side. You can get presents any time of year. What about your birthday? Sky comment, does Gates and Lauren Boebert and Chip Roy and all those fucks, do they care? If they don't care if Hakeem Jeffries is the speaker, they just are determined to punish Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, they could be talking about adjourning. But the last C-SPAN reporting, where they were quoting other news sources that were embedded with the Congress people, is that McCarthy's side wants to get this done tonight and thinks they have a deal. Yeah, McCarthy lost another one. A speaker has the power to be able to bring bills to the floor, decide what comes out of committee. That's the agenda, exactly. But like if we're talking what Gates, Chip Roy, and Bob Good, what Lauren Boebert, what they're willing to do to sink McCarthy, are they okay with Hakeem Jeffries being the Speaker of the House? I don't know what Matt Gaetz and that crew, what their agenda is, because as if Kevin McCarthy isn't going to do anything but for the capitalists, you know? What does that mean? What does MAGA mean? Yes, it seems personal. This seems like some sort of vendetta. They have an axe to grind. Refill my water bottle here.
Again, if you are just joining us live here on C-SPAN, the House just finished its 11th ballot for Speaker, and still no lawmaker has received enough votes. While we wait for this official tally, we can see on your screen lawmakers are crossing the aisle, talking to each other, Democrats and Republicans. Something is underfoot. We just don't know what yet. Robert Costa of CBS News is reporting inside this framework that has been negotiated and talked about with Republicans in order to get those 20 Republicans to join the others in voting for Kevin McCarthy. As this is according to several Republicans, rules changes, budget promises, committee guarantees, talks are fluid, but the framework to win over some of the McCarthy critics coming together as people review the top lines. Big picture, it makes the House Freedom Caucus central.
The Freedom Cauc.
Chad Pergram of Fox News tweeting out from a colleague, Tyler Olson.
Gardens, good evening.
Henry and ally McCarthy quoted as saying, I actually feel I felt progressively better over and over the period of the last 36 hours. Every hour has been successfully better than the last. Chad Pergram also tweeting out from McHenry, the Democrats really are interested in keeping us on the floor, but we're still negotiating, we're still going on, and there's still assurances needed to take place. So there is a lot happening in the U.S. House off the floor tonight. In addition to the vote for Speaker continuing on, while we wait for the official tally, they've just finished the 11th vote. It is possible that they take a 12th ballot tonight.
I forgot she got milk from the store. I should have made a glass of chocolate milk. I don't drink my chocolate milk on stream very often. I am the #1 consumer of chocolate milk. The reason I don't consume it on stream, though, is because I want to enjoy my chocolate milk. Beverages on stream are just so that I keep my whistle wet. Gates will lose interest after 16. Oh. Tadpole, have I said good evening to you? Alder's chocolate milk. I've never had it. I am in the South. We have like Borden's. But I mix my own. I have Hershey's Special Dark Chocolate, which apparently has fucking lead in it. Yeah, we were at the store and I was talking about like there being like hard metals in dark chocolate.
From Politico is reporting that a motion to adjourn until noon tomorrow is upcoming. Dems are whipping no on this motion to adjourn. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
I usually do not like Hershey anything, but it's that Special Dark, man. It's that Special Dark. Anything else Hershey is a no for me, dog. I got the thing where I think it kind of tastes like vomit, but that Special Dark syrup, So apparently the Republicans are going to bring a motion to adjourn up, and the Democrats are whipping votes to block it. Fair enough, Pax. Fair enough. I don't know what slave labor went into my chocolate syrup though. The other chocolate, that's different. It's whatever the shit that's in it, the preservative that they use. So it's actually one of the chemicals in vomit. I mean, I personally like Cadbury better. That is the superior chocolate in my mind. Warlord, are you still here? I'm giving props to the British company. God, I love you. Guy in Buffalo, are you over on D Live right now? If Guy in Buffalo pops in, that's like I'm done too much. So I was talking about my numbers on the different platforms, the Curiouser, and then I was like, a guy on Buffalo seems to always be watching on D Live. I mentioned him and like boom, he's in the comments. I was gonna try it out again tonight, but then again, this isn't the time I'm normally on. Oh, now I don't know if Gardens is messing with me or not. Message deleted. Real fucked up now. I'll get in on it. I give in to peer pressure. This dude's telling a whopper of a story. Oh shit, yeah, I do need more pot. I had to pack another bowl. Tell you what, if we go to another vote, I'm gonna go make myself some chocolate milk, get another bong, and settle in. We'll find out here shortly.
You can see lots of huddling on the House floor after they have finished.
We've not got the official tally for the 11th vote, and then we're gonna find out.
Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives.
We'll find out what's gonna happen after that.
Negotiations are ongoing. We're following all of the reporting from Capitol here on C-SPAN.
You guys gotta stop that. That's gonna fuck with me.
To put what's happening on the floor in context,
there's Steve Scalise.
Peter Baker of New York Times reporting only 7 times in U.S. history has it taken more than 9 votes to pick a speaker. None in the last century and a half. The House is now in a place it hasn't been since 1859, when it took 44 votes to choose a leader. And
oh my God.
Tweet here.
You can DoorDash liquor now?
Just that it's the 11th ballot, and
banned on Twitch.
Made history when it went.
But you're talking to me on Twitch.
Ballot earlier today.
Well, be sure to subscribe on YouTube. Here we go. Oh, ha ha ha. This is cheated. His woman said she would pray for me. I told her if she's going to murmur my name to herself under her breath, the least she could do is do it while she's masturbating. That way, one of us gets something out of it.
Cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
You guys are awful proud of yourself, aren't you? You're welcome, Tadpole. My dad took me to meet some of his friends one time. And my dad was like, hey, he's a comedian. They were like, tell us a joke. And I dropped that one on them, and they all fucking busted out laughing. But Dad was like, oh shit, you really are a comedian. Yes, Joey, that is something I have not seen in my lifetime. The Democrats all be united and the Republicans be the party that's divided.
Of the state of Florida has received 12.
An old Trumpy boy.
The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1.
Come on, man.
With 1 recorded as present.
They laughed. They laughed at Trump.
Having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I move that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
It looks like the Democrats are united.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Here we go. Let's do another vote. We're going to do roll call.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
This will be 15 minutes.
This will be a
2.5 months. 2.5 months is what it took, Mox. 1856. Alright, we're gonna give it a go again. Dianthropus. Good evening, my friend. And the right is best at getting owned. I need to learn to feel embarrassment. Or perhaps McCarthy has a kink. It seems like the Democrats are wanting to keep them here all night. All night long. Okay, so if the motion to adjourn passes, then it kind of fucks me up because, my stream usually starts at 8 o'clock and I usually have a news rundown. There's a puppy. There is a puppy on the floor. There is a puppy on the floor. Stop everything. There's a puppy on the C-SPAN. Go back to the puppy.
Steve Scalise, Republican of Louisiana, part of the leadership team under Kevin McCarthy and an ally, of course, of Kevin McCarthy, calling for a motion to adjourn. You heard the Democrats loudly protest that. Electronic vote underway. This is the tally being done by the House. It's a 15-minute vote.
We do believe the noes have it.
When you watch a vote on the House,
the world would be a better place if puppies got to vote.
Votes tick in. Members are electronically casting their vote, and so you can see the tally there on your right. On your left are our C-SPAN cameras capturing the talks that are still going on the House
C-SPAN getting to do some cool camera work.
And Democrats are huddled as well, all waiting to see what happens next. Do they get the votes, the Republicans, the McCarthy part of the Republican Party, do they get the votes to adjourn?
How did the camels do on the military usage?
Negotiating off the floor.
Were they useful? I don't remember reading about camels in the U.S. military, so I'm going to assume there was something wrong with the way that the camels performed.
Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Because that's right before the goddamn Civil War. I don't remember there being camels in the Civil War. I may be wrong, though. Hey, get me some Ken Burns in here. Producer Warlord coming in again. Camels have been used by other militaries for centuries to haul baggage and conduct cavalry operations as the United States began expanding westward. Particularly after the Mexican-American War, the nation acquired territory that had a different terrain than the East Coast. It included many desert and arid regions. Looked like they employed 33 camels at some point in time. The Civil War ends the experiments with the camels. So early in the Civil War, Confederate forces captured Camp Verde along with the resident camels, the 33 I mentioned earlier. Apparently the smell of camels bothered the horses. The Confederate forces never used the camels during operations. A second camel flock that had been moved to Camp Tijon in California remained in Union control. The Civil War is a very mule and horse-centric conflict. So that was the failure of the camel experiment.
While we watch the time tick down on this motion to adjourn, again, it's a 15-minute vote, and we've got less than 10 minutes left in it. I want to share with you what's happening off the House floor. Nicholas Wu, who reports for Politico, said that Representative Ralph Norman, one of the 20 objectors to Kevin McCarthy, described to reporters some of the offer. Quote, "It's changes that we wanted. Now we've got a lot more that we want to get to. This is round one, he said. It's on paper, which is a good thing.
I like everybody that shares.
Also
Like,
one of those 20
it's so much better when you're in. Are you in?
4 p.m. Eastern time, when the country is being destroyed in unprecedented ways.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Unprecedented things to get it back on course. We are fighting to save America, and we won't back down, she writes. John Bresnahan, a longtime reporter of Capitol Hill, writes,
won't back down.
He says in a memo sent to House committees, it said no committee staff will get their next paycheck if a House rules package isn't in place by January 13th. A vote on the House rules package comes after the House, in its opening day of a new Congress, votes.
They'll find more votes for Donald Trump.
Representatives gets a speaker.
The opposite of what happened when they went to Arizona and found more votes for Biden. I had a hard time seeing my significant other with other men in my 20s, but I think that was an insecurity thing. Now I don't give a shit. I believe they need a majority +5 or +10 or something like that. Like if all the Democrats vote, I don't think the motion passes. I think they need a majority plus something. So apparently I've been saying your name wrong, and it's not Squidadair.
On this vote,
I was informed of this last night.
Of
it's
is reporting
Skidadair? Am I still fucking it up?
Boebert, Biggs, all voting yes to adjourn. You know those names.
Skidadair.
Part of the 20 that have been holding out.
Thank you, Pax.
The impasse over
I have been fucking it up this entire time. My apologies, my friend.
Reporting for Politico, Steve Scalise.
I thought Squid, it was part of the motif.
Going forward, quote, we're going to continue having conversations tonight. And then Manu Raju of CNN is reporting that Patrick.
It is 8 o'clock. This is normally the time the Troll Patrol comes on.
Conservative agenda.
Hold on. I really like the song. I changed it back because Warlord complained about the other one. Oh, the song during the countdown. It was something else a few weeks ago. After Christmas, I changed it back because of Warlord.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. I don't even know what day. It's a freaking Thursday. That's what it is. We're covering the shit show that is going on the floor of the House of Representatives, where Kevin McCarthy has lost 11 votes. Name a Speaker of the House. Currently on the motion to adjourn.
Come on, man.
I didn't reset my drops. Adjourn means to break for the day. They will adjourn until noon tomorrow. John Andrew, good evening, my friend. So glad to see you. Once again, I do not. I think it needs a majority plus something or other to pass. There's a betting pool on who is going to be the Speaker of the House, and Steve Scalise is in the lead right now, or last time I checked. The betting odds on who is going to be the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy fell to second. At this point in time, I don't see how Kevin McCarthy's political career continues. But I thought that after last night. He is fighting for his political life right now. And I don't understand why. I don't know what Matt Gaetz feels he's going to get out of this, other than to just be a dick. They've had 11 votes thus far. This is a vote to adjourn. If this fails, which I do believe it's going to, we're going to have the 12th vote for Speaker. Kevin McCarthy saw a shadow this morning indicating 6 more weeks of voting for Speaker. 6 weeks would still be short of the record. 2.5 months is what it took. One Republican voted not to adjourn. I'm all about it. Them being able to recall the Speaker at any time. I don't think it's the way you want to do party politics, and I wouldn't recommend it for the Democrats when they're in power, but if the Republicans want to do it, go for it. I'm all about it. The 218 would be a majority. But once again, I think it's a majority plus something. I bet the nay is Matt Gaetz. As I understand it, with all the Democrats voting no, they can't pack it up for the night.
With a minute left on this motion to adjourn vote, some more reporting from Capitol Hill. Max Cohen, who reports for Punchbowl News, says tons of members were meeting in Tom Emmer's office. He is the Republican whip. Massey, Clyde, Roy, Norman, Perry, Gosar, Bishop, Jordan, among them, all filtered out to go vote on the motion to adjourn. Roy and Perry didn't respond when I asked how negotiations were progressing.
So yeah, they're in negotiations right now. That's why they haven't been able to vote.
News reports that Lauren Boebert says she's not part of any talks over Speaker while walking out of the Capitol. Not part of any negotiations is what she told that reporter.
Well, I mean, the Speaker is not a dictator. And also, the Democrats aren't democratic.
Well, it's 4:32. That's how many we had.
Yeah, we might have one more, but let's just see. Let's do it. Very simple.
Have all members-elect voted?
Looked like there were 2 that did not. But the Republicans are down 2, I do believe.
Elect wish to change his vote or her vote?
No change. Closed.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The motion is adopted.
Oh, so it is just a majority.
Adjourned until noon tomorrow.
So there you have it. Adjourned until tomorrow at noon. I was hoping we'd get a 12th vote tonight.
The well of the House of Representatives is clearing out after a motion to adjourn has been agreed to. The House will come back tomorrow at noon Eastern Time to continue in their effort to elect a Speaker of the House. After the 11th ballot today failed to get a Speaker, they will continue tomorrow. We want to get your reaction to the opening days of the 118th.
Oh shit, C-SPAN taking calls.
From C-SPAN cameras in the chamber. Democrats dialing at 202-748-8921.
Well, we know what we're doing.
Republicans 202-748-8921. And all others 202-748-8922.
Has it been a month since I've called into C-SPAN?
Just a minute, but joining us on the phone is Julie Grace Brufke. She's the Capitol Hill reporter with the Washington Examiner. Julie Grace Brufke, tell us what is...
You're only supposed to call in once a month, and I think it's been less than a month. Oh, shit. Hold on. Not like I don't have a C-SPAN account. We're going to C-SPAN. We're doing C-SPAN right now. Yes, I do indeed have a C-SPAN account. Because that's the kind of fuck I am. It cuts out like every 45 minutes or so, though, when we're live over here on C-SPAN's website.
People that could make a difference.
So Chip Roy and Dan Bishop have kind of been in charge of the negotiations on the conservative end of things.
The Washington Examiner.
Speaking to Congressman Ralph Norman, he was kind of one of the original five there to kind of...
Wait, isn't that like that far-right fucking bullshit outlet?
Said that there are things in the deal that he likes, so if he can get kind of one of his most vocal critics to flip, that's huge for him.
Who is not part of these talks? We just read a quote from Lauren Boebert saying she's not part of any negotiations. So of those 20, who is not included in the...
Well, I mean, they're getting Republican perspective, so that does kind of make sense.
Bob Good, I'm pretty sure that Matt Gaetz has not been in there. So I know that Chip Roy has kind of been taking the lead on it, and Dan Bishop.
That's the Washington Times.
Kind of where things stand right now.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking you were making a Washington Post joke. There's too many goddamn newspapers.
Back to reporting.
With Washington, blah, blah, blah.
The story continues. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And now let's turn to all of you. Rosemary in Fayette, Alabama? Fayette, Alabama. Is that right, Rosemary?
Yes.
Good evening to you. So what do you make of all this?
Oh, this is so embarrassing. It's awful. It's a waste of taxpayer money. It's just ridiculous. But this just goes to show you when you're bitter, hateful, and arrogant against others. See, the Republicans are seeing now they're doing that to their own people who have always been so hateful, evil, and arrogant with Democrats.
I think they did, Mox.
Now they're fighting within their own party. You can't live your life like that. It's supposed to be all about America and what's best for all of us. How are they going to lead and govern if they can't even elect a speaker in their own caucus?
Rosemary, are you a Democrat?
Yes.
And what do you think of the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries?
I like him. I think he's dignified. I think he's fair. I think he wants to work across the aisle.
Work.
And he's not going to get that same sentiment returned.
Dwayne in Northridge, California. Dwayne, let's hear from you.
Yeah, even though that on the last election that the Republicans won 222 votes,
if not right wing core, if not right,
utilize all those. They can vote present. That way, even Mr. Hakeem or Hakim, whatever his name is.
Hakeem Jeffries
of New York.
He could win to be House Speaker. Instead of voting for Donald and Trump and all the other things, there's only one person that got it right when she voted president. That'll take the total number of the majority down to a certain number, and then whoever has the most votes, just like in our
yeah, we're here for that
system, whoever has the most votes wins instead of the most votes for the majority of the votes, like they did in Georgia, with having to do it again. All the Republicans are doing, I'm a Democrat, and all they're doing is playing around with the game of go back, come back, go back, come back. And the Democrats are holding firm with 212 votes. Nancy Pelosi won with 206 votes, and that wasn't the total amount of votes, but that was enough for the total amount of people who voted. It's the majority of votes of the total amount of people who voted, except if
you don't have to explain the process to C-SPAN. They know.
Right. It just means they're there.
Yep. So it only counts if it's a majority of those that vote for someone by name. So if you're absent or present, that lowers the threshold, Dwayne.
That's it. And I'm a Cal State Northridge graduate, and Kevin McCarthy is
We're calling into C-SPAN and explain the way Congress works.
Northridge and us Matadors want him to go away. So do the Republicans. You can already see they don't want him, so he needs to go away.
Well, who should be Speaker, Dwayne?
Mr. Jeffries. He's already won 11 times in a row.
Oh, okay. Sean.
I mean, that's a good point. He won 11 times in a row.
Well, Sean, so what do you make of all this?
I've been watching it since the beginning. A couple years ago, I started watching the news and keeping track of everything as far as the government and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I've just been interested in a lot of...
a couple years ago, he started keeping track of the government and all that.
I've noticed that one person, the Lauren Boebert, she seems to get really upset when she doesn't get her way. And I think she keeps going back and forth with different people and trying to get them to... kind of sway them different ways, you know what I mean, to try to get them to stop voting for McCarthy. McCarthy's been there 14 years. He's never had the majority lead and be speaker. You know what I mean? So he hasn't never had the ability to have subpoena power and all that, like you know what I mean, like all the power that he would have. And they should allow him to do it and take the deal. If he messes up, they can vote him out. That's not a bad thing.
Breaking news. Boebert acts like a child.
It's impossible for him to lead because everybody's going to be nitpicking at everything that they don't get their way on. And that's not right on him. That's not right to the American people.
Yeah.
The American people don't want to see them fighting back and forth.
No, yes, we do.
For somebody and make them the leader.
You don't speak for me, buddy.
I mean, he's done the work.
Well, Sean, the Washington Post notes that in 2015, when Speaker John Boehner was resigning under pressure from his right flank and the GOP was struggling to find anyone who could gain the majority required to succeed him, they ultimately settled on Paul Ryan. They skipped over Kevin McCarthy then in 2015.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was bad too. I think he's really shown that he can do a lot. He gained more money for most of these people. A lot of these people that are holding out, he got them elected basically. You know what I mean? So it's not right.
Oh yeah, I have an article about all of the money that Kevin McCarthy's PAC gave to the people who are holding up his nomination now.
First elected in 2006, this will be his 9th term in Congress. Served as minority leader from 2019 to this most recent year, majority leader from 2013 to 2019. Springfield, New Jersey. Hi, Ben.
Hi, am I on the air?
What up, Ben?
You are. Go ahead.
Is this me?
So I'm a Democrat. I obviously want Hakeem Jeffries as the speaker. I don't see that realistically happening. And I think with McCarthy just giving up all these concessions to these far-right lunatics like Lauren Boebert and Scott Perry and Dan Bishop, Freedom Caucus people,
the Freedom Cock,
we're looking at a situation like they had over in the UK where Liz Truss got a vote of no confidence, and she was thrown out. This is going to turn into turmoil. The Republicans need to get their crap together. Because, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Whoops.
Crap?
They need to get their act together because they're going to end up just having speaker after speaker after speaker because of this motion to vacate.
And that is part of the negotiations.
But he said crap, didn't he?
The threshold for a motion to vacate. And you disagree?
Well, I think that that's going to turn into turmoil.
Okay. Ben in New Jersey. This is the latest from Congressman Scott Perry.
He didn't seem fazed.
Those that have been voting against Kevin McCarthy over the past few days. We're at a Reagan moment, he writes. Trust but verify. The devil is in the details, and we'll take our time to ensure it's right. Not easy. One way or another, the status quo must go. Robert in Monroe, Georgia.
Hey ho, the status quo has got to go.
Hello.
Hi, Robert. It's your turn.
Hey, how are you? I'm a lifelong Republican, and it appears to me that what's going on is just a power play between those Republicans. They just want more power. I mean, what else can you do?
Was one of them your representative? You're from Georgia.
Kevin McCarthy for Speaker?
Yes.
And why?
Well, I think he's been there the longest. He's got the most experience as far as the people that are.
That's not true, Hal Rogers.
You can't take somebody that's a 1 or 2 term person coming in there and try to make them run the House. There's just no way. So. That's it. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
All right. Samantha, Lexington, Kentucky. Hi, Samantha.
I think force the vote has been discredited.
Fine, Samantha. So what do you think?
I think it's actually good that we're seeing what people are calling division, but what I would call a healthy debate. And I don't understand why there would be people that would criticize that, because this is democracy in action.
You like this? This is how it should work, you think?
I think it should. I think unfortunately, the majority rule was ancient Greece. That's not the American way. We're a constitutional republic, and we should see back and forth. We should see debate, and
we are a representative democracy.
People, and we do not want Kevin McCarthy. It's been clear. I think it's going on 12 votes now.
They just finished their 11th tomorrow when they come back.
But no, the majority did want Kevin McCarthy. The majority of your party.
Why do you not want Kevin McCarthy to serve as Speaker of the House?
There's many reasons. I think he's had his chance, and I don't think that people were happy with the way that he produced and the way that he served before. And also, it's pretty pompous to squat in the office when you're not elected. I mean,
that is funny.
I also want him to support America, and so I think that our representatives should have the American flag in their pocket, not the Ukraine flag. There's many reasons.
Samantha, who are some of the Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill that you follow, watch closely?
I love Jim Jordan. I know he's been nominated and he doesn't want the job. I also have followed Steve Scalise. I'm a big fan of Matt Gaetz and even Lauren Boebert. I would consider myself a patriot, not a Republican or a Democrat. And if I were there in Congress,
I consider you a fucking moron.
Okay. Julie in Harvey, Louisiana. Julie, your turn.
Hi, I agree 100% with Samantha from Kentucky, your last caller. I'm an independent. I'm a conservative. I think that McCarthy has sold his party down the river and America down the river.
Why? What did he do?
I'm trying to say.
Okay.
With the last omnibus spending bill. That's what. And many other things that he has done that I think are bad for his party.
Okay.
I think if he doesn't have the votes, he needs to step away and let somebody else have it.
Julie, listen to this reporting. This is from John Bresnahan for Punchbowl News. From the GOP leader, it's a quote, Kevin McCarthy, a quote from him. I'm not putting any timeline on it. We've got some progress going on. Members are talking. McCarthy insists he's not worried about motion to vacate at one member, although he strenuously opposed this before. Julie, your reaction?
I didn't hear everything you said. The last caller said that he was squatting in the office, and that is true. He moved into the office before even being elected. He probably will be elected, but I'm all about healthy debate as well. And I think this is a good thing, and I don't care if it lasts for another year, honestly.
Okay. Laura. Awesome.
You don't know how politics even works. You don't know how the government functions.
You, Laura.
Hi, Greta. Thanks so much for taking my call. I just wanted to say that, look, I'm a Democrat. I don't really have anything else to say about this mess that a lot of my fellow Democrats have not yet said already. I just really wanted to call in and just say thank you so much to C-SPAN for your fantastic coverage. Your camera operators have been getting some fantastic shots. I'm enjoying every second of this otherwise awful experience. So thank you so much to everyone at C-SPAN. That's all I really have to say.
Thanks, Laura. And
thank you, C-SPAN. C-SPAN is awesome.
Our cameras in the chamber and show you those conversations that are happening on the floor. Normally, as many of you know, those cameras in the chamber are operated by the House. They
Jones, good evening.
Have given C-SPAN the opportunity to have our cameras in the well to capture everything that's happened, this historical,
been great camera work,
moments that have happened in the U.S. House of Representatives this week. Megan in Macomb, Michigan. Hi, Megan.
Thank you. Hello. How are you?
Hi, Megan.
Hi. I just kind of voiced my concern. This is an absolute, utter embarrassment to our democracy. And watching this unfold is exactly what those people in the Republican Party have put those people in place with their gerrymandering districts. And it is an absolute abysmal to watch this unfold on TV and have to try to explain this to students, to family members, to people that are well educated, asking questions, what is going on? And this power play to a handful of congressmen that are simply bullying people within their own fellow members is an embarrassment. It echoes the very sentiment of where our state of democracy is at right now.
And you're a Republican?
I'm sad. The Republicans, absolutely. And yes, I mean, McCarthy has already negotiated with bullies. We have 5 or 6 members that are dictating to their own party when the rest of them are trying to send a message, hey, this is who we want. It's
the sexual anarchy.
So instead of trying to negotiate
You live in
to
sexual
bullies and
anarchy?
people who are anarchists and were put there with gerrymandered districts, why don't you come over to the other side of the table and ask those left of center Democrats what they could give to you? That's what I think McCarthy should do.
Okay.
Go to the Democrats and see what he can negotiate with them.
Okay.
This is an embarrassment.
They're not going to negotiate with the Democrats.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I wanted to say thank you as well. Thank you for putting your cameras in, but we do understand that those people do believe they know where the cameras are. They're very well aware.
Okay, Megan in Michigan. Jennifer Shutt with States News reporting Texas Chip Roy says Republicans are working hard to reach an agreement on
working hard or hardly working.
The question about a possible agreement. Here's a quote. I don't know what a preliminary deal is. We're still having conversations. And Chip Roy, by the way, one of those 20 that have been objecting to Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. Roy says, look, I've been being a little coy with you guys. I'm sorry, but, I can't negotiate this publicly. I just can't. This is really important stuff at a really important time. So we will wait and see what happens overnight and into the morning and until the House comes back
long.
Eastern tomorrow. Rodrigo in Chicago. What's your take on this?
What up, Rodrigo?
Yes, I just want to say that this is emblematic of the dysfunction that's to come with this Republican majority, and it's entirely the Republicans' fault. This is a bed that they made by leveraging this and fueling this far right fanaticism, and so it's just terrible. It's not.
I believe they call this the chickens coming home to roost.
It's just, this isn't what we sent our representatives to do. This is just infighting for, political purposes and not for the people.
I mean, if they do this for a whole year, they're not going to be governing. They're not going to be having committee hearings and shit.
Their salaries for these last few days of not doing their job, because this isn't the job, it's the task before the job. And so it's very sad.
Kevin in Creston, Iowa. Kevin, what do you say?
Fuck Kevin's.
Good evening. How you doing?
Except any Kevin that's in the chat. You're cool.
Thank you for your coverage. I just want to say that I honestly don't think McCarthy would make a good leader, because wearing a Ukraine flag in his pocket. I mean, this is America.
When did he have a Ukraine flag in his pocket?
I mean,
did I miss something?
$70,000 a year.
What right-wing radio host,
representing the
YouTuber
people,
said that?
They don't even come close to representing the people. Samantha from Kentucky even said it. I mean, enough is enough. I mean,
enough is enough, and it's time for a change.
In New Orleans, Lloyd, good evening to you.
Hi. Good evening, and again, thank you for the coverage. I would first want to say this. I believe her name was Julie and Samantha. They were like the second or third callers that called in. I think that what they said was completely 100% disingenuous, because basically the situation is that 5 people have taken the United States government hostage. That's first.
5
people have taken it upon themselves to hold the United States government hostage.
Cake's got that.
20. There's 20.
Yeah, there's
that
20,
have not
21
voted for Kevin McCarthy.
Absolutely, but to get to the 218 he needs, it's those 5 votes.
Okay.
So the other 20 is political theater.
Okay.
The other piece is, I'm sorry, the other piece is that that if these people really cared about the republic, 5 or 6 Republicans, probably the new class, should go over to the Democrats and make Hakeem the speaker, because it's literally these 5 people that Freedom Caucus has created no path to a Republican speaker, because all that has to happen is 5 people get together and 5 Republicans get together and say, nope, we don't want that person, we don't want, there's not going to be a compromise, and our government stays shut down. That is the political reality.
All right, Lloyd. I'm going to hear from Jerry next in Yukon, Oklahoma.
Hello. I'm listening to all of this, and I need people to just step back and quit looking at one tree and look at the whole forest, because there's so many things that people don't know what Kevin McCarthy has done. The 20, okay, if they only need 5 to prevent him from being speaker, why is there 20? The 20 has done more of transparency to America than the establishment that's in there. When you get an establishment, you get a corrupt government. As we know, when Nancy Pelosi ran the House of Representatives, she would not bring anything in good if it was Republican. It was all the Democrat agenda. Now, if Jeffries can't get it because he's only got 212, but yes, there's not 5 Republicans that are going to let him do it, because you just don't want to carry on from Nancy Pelosi.
It is such a weird criticism to me. Oh, the Democrats push the Democratic agenda.
I'm trying to tell Kevin McCarthy, you're not going to get it. I was
never going to get it, never going to get it.
From Oklahoma, all of a sudden he gets 1, then he gets 4, then he gets 7. Okay, he's the only one gaining here.
66 and 2/3% chance.
Oklahoma is the only 100% red state in the union. We have no Democrat districts in Oklahoma. That should say something. If Republicans want a good...
Probably really gerrymandered.
I would have taken Jordan or Donalds, but look at Kevin Hearn.
All right, Jerry. I'm going to leave it there, and we'll see who gets nominated tomorrow when they come in at noon Eastern.
Hearn.
Our conversation, though, will continue tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time on the Washington.
Oh, no, don't leave us now.
Join us and continue with your calls, your tweets, your Facebook posts. We'll take them all tomorrow morning starting at 7 a.m.
No. Why wouldn't you go till the top of the hour?
These television companies and more, including...
Boo.
Broadband is a force for empowerment. That's why Charter has invested billions, building infrastructure,
C-SPAN.
upgrading technology, empowering opportunity.
That means I've actually got to do work. Well, there's something I need to talk about, I guess. Chainsaw, I'm glad you're here for this. Oh boy, I didn't really want to have to weigh into this one, but I guess I got to. Let me pull this up. Once again, I thought we were going. Well, one, I've been with you guys for the battle for Speaker of the House all fucking day, so I haven't really had a chance to put together a stream. But as always, I do have shit that I was working on and stories that I've saved, so we can do a hodgepodge of a show. But there's been a whole conversation going on Twitter in the wake of the Andrew Tate arrest. The idea of online self-help gurus like Jordan Peterson.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
And there's been I don't know how to set this up. The idea that leftists need to speak to disaffected young men. I think that's kind of what I do here on this show. That's the reason why I'm crass. That's why I'm a fucking asshole. I'm trying to appeal to, and my analytics tell me it's the opposite. I'm actually drawing an audience that is older and tends to be Gen Xer. But hey, it is what it is. But Walsh went on with the Young Turks last night to talk about this subject. He had a tweet that a lot of people shared out. I think I've got a unique perspective on this.
By healthcare company Cigna, indicating that men are the loneliest generation. In fact, 18 to 24-year-olds are lacking friends, intimate partners. They're feeling increasingly alienated from society. And when you look at statistics in regard to their education, whether or not they're working, more and more of this data reinforces that there is something awry. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, men are struggling with.
Well, the first thing is like the whole self-help thing. I had this conversation with Sir Warm-Ups, and he was like, well, if Jordan Peterson is providing, help to these people, I'm like, what help is he providing? The best self-help book is How to Win Friends and Influence People. And all the other self-help gurus are just kind of ripping it off. What does leftist content that speaks to disaffected youth look like? And I guess my biggest critique is if Walsh feels like that niche needs to be filled, isn't Walsh a prime candidate to fill that niche?
People like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Walsh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes,
this is the thread I was referring to.
How important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
He had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I agree that they are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. That's true. As for the right talking to them, and the left doesn't. Walsh and the Young Turks are two of the biggest leftist content creators on the platform. So isn't this an indictment of them? What is this? Who are you throwing the blame on here?
He continues to argue that leftists,
Walsh has been nothing but cool with me.
no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people, and they get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their social spaces with people who might have gone another way. But the criticism for leftists continue, and to be honest, I agree with a lot of what Walsh says here. He says leftists will write master's theses on the effect of socioeconomic conditions on crime, and then shrug when 10 million more young men fall into fascism because their boy brains must just be innately fascist and they choose to be evil, and there's no way this could have been prevented.
Well, see, I feel like that's a straw man.
I want to make sure you guys get a full look at what he's thinking here. This is always a good topic to feel smug over because the replies and quote tweets are saturated with people who literally think, quote, we should care about men's problems and offer them advice is a dog whistle for we should build a Fourth Reich. Thus,
see, I don't feel that's fair at all.
Talk about this is the man behind the Twitter thread, Walsh, and I want to thank you, Walsh, for taking some time to talk to us about this today.
Oh, it's an absolute delight. Don't mind the cam, by the way. Like young men, my camera encoder is alienated, just in this case from Skype. It's a pleasure to talk with you about this.
So this is something that I've been thinking about a lot because I've been just noticing it in the community around me, just like the loneliness and how atomized men are. And I don't see it as, addressing it isn't, in my opinion, a right-wing perspective or a right-wing task. I think that there are issues that the left would do a far better job in addressing as opposed to more nefarious right-wing figures like, let's say, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. So before we get to all of that, what the potential solutions could be, talk to me about what you see, what you think the problem is right now with young men feeling alienated in the United States.
Capitalism.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to something leftists tend to be more comfortable talking about, which is toxic masculinity, Male loneliness is often an emergent property of toxic masculinity, which is, by the way, nobody likes this term, right? The right gets really upset when you say toxic masculinity because it sounds like you're upset with masculinity in general, and it's a really vague term. So let's just say, I think a lot of guys can be kind of antisocial because they're taught that sort of independence is a masculine virtue. They're taught that, there's value in keeping your feelings bottled up. Now, obviously, it's pretty harmful. It makes people feel kind of lonely. It makes them bad at reaching out to others, connecting, sharing their interests, building friendships. I think it's one of the reasons why guys tend to view dating as sort of adversarial, because they don't think of like a woman as like, oh, well, maybe we'll just get along on some shared interests. Maybe we'll have something in common. They think of it as this like a mating battle, which, I don't think it has to be. And as a product of that, a lot of guys feel like they have no social inroads and they're kind of drifting through life without connections to people. It really sucks. And the left could.
I would say that's a problem that is 100% exacerbated by the capitalistic incentive. You go to school and, schooling is still built around, factory work, the compartmentalized subjects, the bell ringing at certain times is to condition you for factory work. And on top of that, you're going to a job that you feel no purpose in. And especially, I'm sure it's an issue with males trying to find a job that gives them purpose, because a male is more likely to be drawn to a job that is more using your brute force. Where I'm from, you might be drawn to the coal mines, and maybe you don't feel as much of a sense of purpose with that kind of job, though the coal mines have done a good job of propagandizing to make you feel like you're doing something to keep America running, keep the lights on and all that shit. But there's a lot of, people working these jobs that they feel stranded, meaningless. There's no hope of advancement. And I totally think that's the way we have structured society.
use that as an opportunity to maybe improve some people's lives, introduce them to some other ideas.
So just full disclosure, when the statistics first started coming out and they focused primarily on the lack of intimate partners, to be fair and completely honest with the audience, I was definitely more dismissive. But then when you see the other statistics, including the lack of friends, workforce participation for prime working age men between the ages of 25 and 55 has actually decreased significantly, and specifically in the United States. And so,
But is there a lurking variable there with like gig work and shit?
Because of video games. Well, all of these technologies,
how do we count
exist
that
in other countries, and they're not experiencing the same decline in workforce participation. In fact, to give you a specific number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 7 million prime working age men are not working and they're not looking for work. They're also self-medicating quite a bit. A huge portion of them have reported that they're taking painkillers daily. Deaths of despair are very prominent and pronounced among the male population versus the female
and
population.
that has to do because they have more
huge issues. In fact,
I'm not sure about suicide attempts, but males are more likely to succeed because they're more likely to use a gun.
Working age men, we have a 1937 economy, okay? And again, this is not happening in other rich developed countries, right? So there is a crisis happening, and I'm
because they have social safety nets.
Right, the right wing will say, oh, it's feminism. It's because women don't want to stay at home and raise kids. They want to be independent. They don't want to enter, romantic partnerships. Blah blah blah. I don't buy that for a second. I do agree that some of the rhetoric is a problem. Statements about toxic masculinity, a lot of generalizing about people. I also think that there's a misconception that this is an issue that predominantly impacts white males, but that's actually not the case. The largest population that this impacts is actually Black men in America. And so this is a huge problem. And what do you think we need to say or frame, or how can we frame this?
I don't think the radicalization is a big, because we're talking about radicalization, right? By online influencers.
Be sure that every community is looked after, that everyone feels that, they're living a happy, prosperous life.
It's a tough sell. People feel these issues in their gut. When we talk about the kinds of things that drive people out to vote or even to throw revolutions, we're usually talking about very basic gut level problems that political analysis gets added to, For a long time in this country and many others, anti-immigration sentiment has been built on the anxiety of working class people who feel their jobs are threatened by immigrants. Often the data doesn't bear that out, but it's their fear that's used as a catalyst to push those politics. The anxiety, the loneliness of young men, this has historically been used as catalysts for, basically everything from the Bolsheviks in Russia to the brown shirts in Germany. It's just a large and often unaddressed demographic. This isn't a competition thing. We're not talking about giving up on feminist analysis or saying it's like, oh, well, actually men have it worse than women, right? It's not about that. It's just, you want to reach out to people where they are. And to start that process, with a lot of young guys, I think it would help if lefties were willing to acknowledge this sort of natural conclusion of toxic masculinity as like a mode of social analysis, which is if men are socialized in certain ways and treated in certain ways socially, it necessarily follows they must have specific problems. And if those problems are the product of social systems that are out of their control, I don't know why we wouldn't apply the same basic sociological lens of analysis to that as we would with literally anything else. Patriarchy, racism, transphobia, no individual has control over these systems. And we try to interweave analysis with our compassion for and respect for the individual problems people have. We do this all the time with other.
But this isn't like a mechanism that we control though, right? Because a lot of these ideals are getting passed down through these traditional family values. Right, the man's got to be strong, and the man's got to take care of the woman, and the woman is subservient. So, is it the only social structure I can think of that promotes something like that is a church. So I mean, like, dude, like, I don't know. I don't know what Walsh is wanting. Like, I'm open here because like am I one of the content creators that should be appealing to young people, and what do I do? How do I appeal to them?
Their issues, and to an extent we do it with men, but I feel like we lean off that a little bit, maybe because men's rights as like a sort of a nominative thing, you know, like how it's referred to usually refers to misogynist or incel communities online. So it's like, oh well, men's rights, you actually mean like this or that. Well, leaving aside the baggage, right? You can call it what you want, men's advocacy, whatever, just common decency. It's still worth pursuing.
Yeah, I think.
How do I reach these kids?
Men's rights activists. It does, unfortunately, make one recall some of the most unsavory individuals imaginable, right?
Okay, so what are the topics that I'm supposed to talk about?
I don't like thinking about that group when it comes to this particular issue, because I don't think this is about male entitlement. I don't think this is about men feeling or fighting for a system in which men get to feel entitled to certain things in society, including, you know, certain sexual acts, whatever it is. This is really about making sure that people don't feel lonely, feel that they have purpose in life. That's the other thing. An increasing number of young men feel like they have no purpose in life. And I think that it has to do with the fact
okay, well, if young men feel like they have no purpose in life, that's not any business of mine as a content creator. This isn't about like the left missing an opportunity to speak to somebody. That doesn't make any sense if that's what the issue is. That's a much deeper problem in society.
That for the longest time, they were conditioned to believe that they are supposed to be the breadwinner in a family. And when they are lacking this educational attainment necessary to get the kind of career that makes the kind of money that makes them feel like the breadwinner, well, then it makes them feel like they're not really worth anything. I see a lot of that going on as well. When you look at the number of college educated men, that has declined significantly. And so some of the solutions that I've heard from...
Lurking variable again, when the number of college educated men declined because the cost of college has become more unattainable. It's not because, like, you know, men are turning away from college.
Do take this seriously on the left is that, hey, there's a lack of male role models in, you know, the public education system. There's a huge disparity between female and male educators in the public school system. Curious what you think about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I do think it's unfortunate that we consider education such like a feminized profession. Not because there's anything wrong with female teachers or whatever, but obviously people take a lot from their education, and any significant disparity in representation is going to reflect some kind of social value. So, I mean, we can see the need for this reflected in the fact that two of the largest breakout conservative figures in the past 5 years, respectively, Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, both became powerful in exactly the same way. That is to say, they
bigotry, misogyny. They were figures that said outlandish things for clicks. They exploited the algorithm in just the right time at just the right place. And like Jordan Peterson couldn't have existed in the 90s.
Postured as like self-help gurus for young men who felt like they'd been failed by society and left no options to better themselves otherwise. Now, the prescriptions those two offer are garbage and completely irredeemable. I think Jordan Peterson said you should clean your room. You can do that, but apart from that, don't listen. But it shows what people are going for, right? And frankly, it doesn't take a lot of internet sleuthing to find out that a lot of people are feeling really listless these days. Mm-hmm. You have to give people identities and aspirations. I see a lot of this discussion with young women. One of the discourse bits that always comes up, it's how do you be a good feminist, but also like, what about this feminine wiles thing, right? Or like, how do I balance my progressive attitudes on gender with this, that, the other attitude I have on what it means to be a woman? It's an interesting topic. I have no skin in the game. Good luck. right? I don't know how often that gets resolved in left spaces with guys, because it is a good question. How do you resolve, progressivism with being a masculine guy? A lot of women you might want to date kind of do like manly guys, at least some of them, right? But what does it mean?
There's not two things that are at odds there.
Just having the conversation might get a lot of folks invested, or they might understand that the left is interested in these issues beyond a sort of token, surface level political skim where they're trying to get people off the top. Compassion.
Yeah, compassion's the right word, I think. And, you got a lot of backlash for talking about this. And, you might tweet about it, but where I've heard you actually talk about this issue at length is on your streams. And I think you're thoughtful in the way you talk
I am not watching his hour-long stream that he said everybody...
Oh, you're just a secret right-winger.
Interpreted wrong.
Right?
It's been known to happen. I know.
What's behind that? Because I feel like that is what most of, at least the online left, I don't know if I can say that about the left in general. They seem to spend a lot of time going after one of their own who might have some ideas that are a little different, or might have concerns that are a little different from their own.
Well, the gatekeeping tendencies of the left are how you know you're a leftist, right? If you're a good leftist, the people you hate most should be other lefties. It's the only way to know.
I'm a great leftist then.
Yeah, we're phenomenal.
That's that Willie joke from
kind of I don't
The Simpsons.
Use the term, or maybe use it lightly, the term trauma. But I feel like after the past decade of online discourse, people are very sensitive, especially on the left. People are very sensitive to the idea that we need to treat men better. Not necessarily because they disagree with the idea of treating men better. That seems like a nice thing to do broadly. I would hope a lot of people would agree with that. But rather because we need to treat men better has often been couched in this very ideologically loaded set of policy and social prescriptions that usually have to do with undoing the gains of feminism, or at the very least negating the harms that women experience socially because of the patriarchy or inequality. I fully sympathize with the sensitivity. I mean, I've been online for a while. I see how the discourse tends to go. But we have to be strong enough to understand when a dog whistle isn't a dog whistle, when it's just a term. I would hope that a lot of lefties could understand. You may have an aversion to the capital M, capital R men's rights movement, a justified one. But to the outside, when you seem to be taking a stance against the concept of men's rights, people who aren't as familiar with the context of that discourse might interpret that as you literally politically being opposed to men doing all right, which doesn't.
That's an interesting point. Probably the most salient thing he said the whole video. Huh. So yeah, say you've got a 16-year-old kid. He doesn't know all of the things loaded in the term men's rights, the baggage that comes with that term. To see somebody so adamantly against it because they've experienced the online discourse around the term, the phrase, you could be forgiven for thinking, oh, well, they're against the idea of men doing okay overall. But however, it's just not a charitable reading on the other side. You have to kind of want to believe that. What feminist agenda? When people say feminist agenda, I don't know what they mean. Just women being treated equally? Because if that's the feminist agenda, then I don't think there's some nefarious group trying to take over the world and, because they're women. That's not a thing that happens.
Doesn't do great for them recruitment numbers. We could really use those. Things in the country aren't going great right now, and bereaved masculinity is basically the front line. It's the bulwark of the fascist movement that's growing in this country. Steve Bannon was specifically recruiting from incel forums. Those Andrew Tate 12-year-old TikTok flossing tweens or whatever are not going to grow up to vote for Biden when he's 105 years old. There is a trend that's happening right now. There is a group of people looking for answers, and that's young men who do feel listless. And you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities.
That's it.
And to me, there is an obvious right answer here.
There's a multi-million-dollar machine of propaganda on the right that makes content to appeal to bigotry and misogyny, and it's easy. So right, to blame your problems on, women or the gays or a drag queen story hour, like it's an easy way out. It's an easy solution to the complex problems we face as a society, because it's hard to dismantle the system of capitalism. It's hard to even put your finger on exactly what the issue is if you don't have at least some semblance of theory. So, bigotry, misogyny, easy ways out. Easy thing to turn to. And if you have millions, if not billions of dollars, given all the different right-wing outlets putting out this content, from the Ben Shapiro's, the Steven Crowders, the Dennis Pragers, the list, the Dan Bonginos, the Jocko Willinicks, you can go on and on and on. Even people my size are getting funding. That Don't Unfriend Me fucking podcast that I had the feud with like 2 years ago. That motherfucker gets all kinds of funding from the right, and he's a macho, gun-loving, blah, blah, blah. But there's money in that, right? There's money to be made off of gullible people. That's another thing that goes hand in hand with it, These people are susceptible to grifters. Walsh, supposedly you are one of the best communicators on the internet. So if you think that leftist content creators don't appeal to young disaffected youth, that's kind of on you. TYT, same difference. You're kind of pointing a finger at who? There's no multi-million-dollar machine on the right or on the left pumping out content. So who exactly fills this void is what I want to know. It's weird for me to see a piece from TYT and Walsh, and they're pointing like somebody needs to talk to these kids. You two have the resources. You guys. Mr. Rogers. We need a new Mr. Rogers. That's for fucking sure. So I'm not I don't have beef with Walsh over what he had to say on there, but shouldn't that be your lane, buddy? Aren't you the one that has the time to devote to that? I'm not gonna shit on TYT. I may try to get a job there. But if I was to get a job there, I would hope that I would be listened to in terms of content. Would like some input. I think John Iderola does a really good job. I'm a big fan of him. I watch his streams sometimes. If I catch him live, I'll watch him. But I guess that's my biggest critique is, okay, Young Turks, Walsh, you think somebody needs to speak to disaffected youth. Cool. Do it. Or if you want somebody else to do it, help me out. Give me money. Money me now. And I'll do it for you. Simple. I guess I still don't know what it looks like. I still don't know what that content looks like. Exactly. Justin speaks to the disaffected middle-aged. Justin's audience skews older. Skews older, but I assume has a tech bias, right? So you guys were probably on the forums in the early days of the internet. That's how you made it over here onto Twitch. Holy shit.
I was on crack.
Right. Well,
Rob, you are correct. Michael Brooks would have been a good candidate to do exactly that. And he was into like yoga, and I think he worked out and shit. So like, yeah. You make a very good point. And that's another reason why I know there's no God. Michael Brooks is dead. And then Lula gets elected. Holy shit. Telnet, homies. Oh, okay. What else I got? What else I got for you guys? Ooh, speaking of the guys that appeal to the young men, the young disaffected men, Joe Rogan would fall into that category, wouldn't he? So Joe Rogan says he doesn't fall for bullshit here.
One of them. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living, and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts that were discussing this, and people like Peter McCullough or Robert Malone or all these people that were sounding the alarm, if I was one of those people that didn't have the access to these kind of conversations, I would not have a nuanced perspective. And if I had gotten vaccinated and other people didn't, I would be like, fuck those people. I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with, who now hate.
No, I think it's the other way around. The fact that you didn't get vaccinated, like you're too far in. It's the sunken cost fallacy. You can't admit that you were wrong now, even though I can show you from 2020 talking about how great vaccinations are.
Hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online. And I forgive them. Because I would have been like them if I didn't have the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have, that my personality.
Well, we don't do politics on Friday, Chainsaw.
To bullshit. When bullshit hits me, I go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad, okay? I don't trust people. I think there's a lot of bullshit in the world. You know, I've had people try.
Buddy, I grew up with a dad, and I don't trust people. My dad was one of the least trustworthy people I ever met. Sir, my dad stole drugs from me so many times. One time I was driving down the road. I told my buddy Jason, I was like, hey, there is a joint and there is a Loratab in that glove box right there. Get those out. He goes in to get it, like, no, there is nothing in this glove box. There's no drugs of any sort. My dad fucking stole that shit from me. My dad stole shit off of one of my friends one time. My dad stole shit off of my pot. I couldn't go back to my pot dealer. My dad stole like a fucking like a pound or something off of him. I grew up without a dad. I don't trust people. No, motherfucker. If you grew up with my dad, you wouldn't trust people.
I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have. That my personality that is just immune.
You couldn't share with my dad, Mox. So like, when I wasn't even like into pills. I wasn't doing pills. It was very early on. Some girl I was seeing had given me a pill, like a Loratab 7.5 or a 10 or something, and I'd put it in my cigarette pack. This was like I was 19, and I'm coming home at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And my dad is like in his truck warming it up, getting ready to go to work. And I was like, here you go, old man. And I threw him the cigarette pack that had the pill down in it. And he opens it up and he's like, is that all you got? Because that was my dad. That was my dad. There was no sharing. There was no sharing with that motherfucker. We all chipped in on some coke one time. That motherfucker was lining out lines that were 3 times as big as everybody else. The old man was a different kind of beast.
Into bullshit. When bullshit hits me, I'm go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad, okay? I don't trust people. I think there's a lot of bullshit in the world. You know, I've had people...
The way you said that was funny.
To me. I've been in dangerous situations. I know people can be sketchy. There's sketchy fucking people out there in the world. And the people that haven't experienced that and don't have that perspective...
You named off the sketchy people. Like Peter McAuliffe and the fucking... the other right-wing lunatics. By the way, he was talking to Brett Weinstein. Speaking of sketchy people,
kind of are living in and kind of aren't living in is a virtual reality. And when you and I have the experience of going and looking at somebody's...
What was that Jamiroquai song? Virtual reality. Underrated band.
The Matrix, which we kind of...
I must have did a really bad job at singing it because I got booed from Curiouser.
Virtual reality. And when you and I have the experience of going and looking at...
Or perhaps she's booing Brett Weinstein. Yeah, she's virtual insanity. Okay, fair enough. I fucked it up. I think she's singing it out there now. And also booing Brett Weinstein.
Living in and kind of aren't living in is a virtual reality. And when you and I have the experience of going and looking at somebody's Twitter page and it's like they literally live on a different planet where up is down, that's because they're experiencing a kind of virtual reality that is not the same one that we're plugged into. And I think, you know, you and I are struggling.
I will agree with that.
Plugged into virtual reality. We're trying to retain a grip on actual reality, which is hard as hell in this era. But there are those who have, you know, surrendered to the Matrix the way...
We ended with the 11th vote.
Right? They would just rather...
Now we're talking about the Matrix.
You know, not struggle against it, because what are they going to do? The Matrix...
All the way up to more votes tomorrow.
Violently ejected out of my home tribe. Right? The left.
Exactly. He's the one living in the upside down world.
Themselves on the right. And I found a tremendous amount of goodness over there. People who share values that I recognize from home, right?
But what I admire is that you still...
Home sweet home. See, I'm singing way too much tonight.
For values that I recognize from home, right?
But what I
Tonight, I'm on my way.
Admire is that you still are the same person. You haven't. There's a few of us that have been ideologically captured by the other.
He's got a Rand Paul mob.
Changed their opinion on so many things and done a complete 180. And it's audience capture, right? They're captured by these new people that have sort of embraced them, and they've completely changed their political philosophies and their social philosophies, and they've sort of abandoned a lot of the things that they grew up with.
This is projection.
More or less violently ejected out of my...
Did you guys hear that? The dude who got really popular on YouTube is talking about other people being influenced.
Home tribe, right?
Hildebeest, good evening.
Was embraced by many people who call themselves on the right, and I found a tremendous amount of goodness over there. People who
on the right,
values that I recognize from home, right?
But what I admire is that you still are the same person. You haven't. There's a few of us that have been ideologically captured by the other tribe, and they embrace it and then change their opinion on so many things and done a complete 180. And it's audience capture, right? They're captured by these new people that have sort of embraced them, and they've completely changed their political philosophies and their social philosophies, and they've sort of abandoned a lot of the things that they grew up with.
I don't... Can I show you guys something? Hold on. I need to show you guys a video. Dude's talking about flip-flopping over here. I need to show you something. I wasn't expecting to play this tonight. Guts to go into the archives for it. Why'd you do that for me? Clinically. So talk about flip-flopping on views that you hold.
And you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I go, no. Are you healthy?
This is Joe Rogan in 2021.
But you should take care of yourself. You should, if you're a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, and I don't think you need to worry about this.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
But there's a lot of jobs that will tell you need to have this.
Well, that's what's starting to happen now.
People are worried about them doing it for their children, and we talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
There's that you might have to have your children vaccinated, and I can tell you as someone who's both my children got the virus, it was nothing. I mean, I hate to say that. If someone's children died from this, I'm very sorry that happened. I'm not in any way diminishing that. But I'm saying the personal experience that my children had with COVID was nothing.
We need to just have straight talk.
This is him with the leading virologist in the country.
I would be really mad at you if I thought you were a hurricane forecaster and you knew this was coming, but you kept telling me, oh, it's low risk, don't worry about it.
Right. Yeah, once it hit.
Yeah, so that's what we need to do today is just say this is going to be challenging. And we're going to get through it, though. We are going to get through it.
I hope this wakes people up to the value of vaccines, too. There's so many wackos out there that think that vaccines are, a scam or they're dangerous or there's so many people out there that won't vaccinate their children.
I know. And that's one of your best shows you ever did was Peter Hotez.
Yes,
he's a dear friend of mine.
guy.
I do too. He's a dear friend of mine, as you. And, he is one of the champions out there on this very issue.
Yes.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's really an important point that, we got to get this idea. These vaccines can be life-saving. If we had one right now, think how different this situation would be in we're in right now. Thank you for what you do say about vaccines.
I do not want strawberry cheesecake moonshine. Thank you, though, Curiouser.
So many crazy voices out there right now
So
that
many
are
people
so
paranoid and
I'm sure it's good, though.
And they want it all to be a conspiracy. There's been an amazing medical innovation in human culture, and that's vaccines.
You've been saying lame a lot. Lame. But that motherfucker talk about flip-flopping on shit you believe. Once again, hodgepodge here. Let's talk about the fact that the map for the Senate getting a little interesting here with a Democratic senator announcing her retirement. Wild music playing there. Stabbing out to retire, creating GOP pickup opportunity in Michigan. Senator Debbie Stabenow, the chairwoman of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee and a close ally of Senate Majority Leader Charles Schumer, announced on Thursday that she is not running for re-election in 2024. The announcement is a blow to Democrats' hopes of keeping the Senate majority in 2025 as they face a tough Senate map this cycle. Inspired by a new generation of leaders, I've decided to pass the torch in the U.S. Senate. I am announcing today that I will not seek re-election and will leave the U.S. Senate at the end of my term on January 3rd, 2025. Stabenow, the chairwoman of the Senate Agriculture Committee, says she will focus on passing the Farm Bill, which provides hundreds of billions of dollars in support to agriculture during the 118th Congress, which may not ever get sworn in. It's possible it doesn't even get sworn in. What that news be doing? Ooh, you want to check in with Trumpy boy? God damn, this is 4 minutes long. We ain't watching all this shit. New announcement from the Trump 2024 campaign.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are
All right, that's everything that Don Jr. is on right now. Please help me. I need an intervention for Donnie boy.
pouring across our wide open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives, and it's happening like never before in our history. Children are being left without parents, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated.
Looks blotchy.
Our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed.
Or is he shiny? What's going on over here?
Our country is being poisoned from
It's a gaping border.
and by all of the other crime that's
You
taking
live in
place.
sexual anarchy.
The drug cartels are waging war in America, and it's now time for America to wage war on the cartels.
That you don't do that. You don't do that.
Decided against the United States and with the cartels. They are making more money
That's a video no.
made before times 10. There's never been anything like it. They're major companies. They're bigger than even some of our biggest companies. Biden's open border policies are a deadly betrayal of our nation. When I am president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the
he's on something legal.
just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS caliphate, and just as, unlike the situation we're in today, we had a very, very strong border, the strongest border, in fact, in the history of our country.
The White Dragon?
Drugs were at a low of 45 years. There's been nothing like what we did just 2 years ago. We will show no mercy on the cartels. Every day, drug traffickers are using the waters of our region to ship their lethal poisons to America, killing so many of our people.
So many.
And ruining families. In addition to restoring strong border security, I will deploy all necessary military assets, including the U.S. Navy, to impose the full naval embargo on the cartels. I did that before, and it worked. What we did was incredible. We will guarantee that the waters of the Western Hemisphere are not used to traffic illicit drugs to our country. Furthermore, I will order the Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare,
You gotta cancel Justin a mode.
actions to inflict maximum damage on
He
cartels
should have taken this shit before he filmed this.
and operations. I will designate the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We will sever their access to global.
Why would you designate the tourists?
Also work to forge an unprecedented partnership with neighboring governments in our region.
His eyelids do look weird.
Mexico. And remember, in Mexico alone, an estimated 100,000.
Has he had some kind of a stroke? This side of his face looks a little weird. Like a mild stroke or something? Curious, are you still here? We need medical. We need a medical assessment. Ah, Botox. That makes more sense.
1,000 civilians have been tragically murdered or gone missing. These cartels. The Mexican government, run by a very fine man.
Okay, he could be holding back a deuce.
Really working hard, but
They're
it's
hardly working.
These cartels are vicious and they're violent, and they have Mexico for now stymied. Well, we have to help Mexico, and we have
Murder
to.
was the case they gave me.
Either we will get the full cooperation of other governments to stop this menace.
His good teeth doesn't make up for his bad hair.
Every kickback, every payoff, and every bit of corruption that is allowing the cartels to preserve their brutal reign, and it is indeed brutal.
I'm glad everybody thinks his teeth look good.
I will ask Congress to pass legislation ensuring that drug smugglers and human traffickers receive the death penalty. The drug cartels and their allies in the Biden administration have the blood of
It's possible. It's possible they're dangerous.
millions and millions of families and people are being destroyed. When I'm back in the White House, the drug kings
That ain't ever happening.
traffickers will never sleep soundly again. We did it once, and we did it better than anybody else. There's never been a better border than we had just 2 years ago. It was strong, it was powerful, and it was respected all over the world. And now we're laughed at all over the world.
Is it not spray tan?
That happen much longer. We have to take over. We have to be tough. We have to be smart. We have to be fair.
Oh, they're all veneers and
If we don't
crowns.
do something
That makes perfect
immediately,
sense too.
Our country is gone.
That's what I wanted to do. Send money now. Money me now. Do I still have that? I'll play it, goddammit. In my downloads. Send money now. Money me. Money now. I download so much shit. It's so far. No, I must have cleaned out my folder. I don't have it. I do have Batman saying this town needs an enema. Me needing money a lot now. Oh, that's not it. No, we don't want more Trump. No. No one said we wanted more Trump. No one asked for you right now.
I can't do this. Just get the money part, right? Just get the money part done. Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
That was Charlie's line. Yeah.
Me money needing a lot now. Just remember that. See, there's a lot of trouble for me to go to for not much payoff. What else I got here? I don't want any more Anna Kasparian tonight. We did the... Okay, content warning. I have a feeling they're going to do some transphobia. I got a lot of mixed reviews about the Zelensky video I did that had the money a lot now.
If you knew who you were in the scope of things, if you spent like 20 minutes staring up at night on a cloudless night and looking at the stars, I mean, you know, I'm not sure you would achieve enlightenment, but you would achieve perspective. And you would recognize your place in the cosmos, which is infinitesimally small and totally forgettable in the scope of things. Like, you're nothing. And that's just true. I mean, we don't want it to be true, but it is true. And so knowing that, you probably wouldn't imagine, you probably wouldn't convince yourself you could restore permanent peace to the world by putting a fake democracy in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That you couldn't, you know, affecting regime change in Russia would fix everything.
Buddy, you supported Iraq.
Power as a person. And
I was there.
Scale back your ambitions a little bit, consistent with your abilities, which is pretty limited, actually.
The same people that wanted to bomb Baghdad now want to blitzkrieg a female's body to change their nature from female to male. It's the same thing. We are.
The George W. Bush administration was some leftist Marxist plot. They're the same people that are now doing gender affirmative surgery. What the fuck are they smoking? I want some.
Enlightenment, but you would achieve perspective. And you would recognize your place in the cosmos, which is infinitesimally small and totally forgettable in the scope of things. Like, you're nothing. And that's just true. I mean, we don't want it to be true, but it is true. And so knowing that, you probably wouldn't.
And how in the fuck did he get from that this like profound your place in the universe. We're just a small speck. How do you get from that to the people who bombed Iraq want to cut off your kid's genitalia? What the fuck?
So, knowing that, you probably would
ginger affirming.
Convince yourself you could restore permanent peace to the world by putting a fake democracy in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That you couldn't, affecting regime change in Russia would fix everything. You would know there are limits to your predictive power as a person, and maybe you should scale back your ambitions a little bit, consistent with your abilities, which is pretty limited, actually.
The same people that wanted to bomb Baghdad now want to blitzkrieg a female's body to change their nature from female to male. It's the same thing. We are going to impose our will on what is to what we think.
100%. We're in charge.
Is Donald Rumsfeld somewhere doing vaginoplasties or whatever they're called? Is this something that's going on that I wasn't aware of? We got Colin Powell is the lead surgeon at Boston Children's Hospital now or some shit. What are these chuckle fucks talking about? And once again, Tucker was in favor of Iraq.
Charge of nature.
Yes.
And I on one level I find it kind of poignant, sort of sad almost, like, no, I'm in charge. Really? Can you forestall your own death for 20 years? No, you can't. You can't even cure baldness, dude. Shut up. You have no power, actually. And by you, I mean up to and including the President of the United States or anyone else who thinks he's God. You actually don't have that much power. And again, that's not like my opinion, and it's not even my wish. I wish people had more power to change the course of human events and to change nature, but they don't have any power, actually. So it's a question of whether you're going to acknowledge reality or not, and we're just all a lot better off when you do, I think.
Well, that was something.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
I'm fucking dumbfounded. Tucker and Charlie made less sense to me than they usually make. Like, most of the time I can interpret what they mean, I think. I don't know. I might have to pack it up after that one. Oh, I played this video the other night. I don't know if it was this one. But we did this story. I think I played a local news hit. So this is the video of the actual rescue, the Tesla that fell 250 feet off a cliff. But this has got a twist to it. The rescue effort to...
Alright, here we go. Let's stop.
The authorities have now said there was the autopilot wasn't employed. It wasn't a vehicle malfunction. Once again, get ready for the twist here in just a minute.
you're good. All set. You're all set, yeah. Keep backing up, lean until we're clear. Okay, come on.
So family of 4, they all survived.
50 out.
I do believe they are in the hospital, designed to shut off before impact.
10 out. Come up to the bottom skid. Don't cable. Keep sliding left. Good, keep it left.
Well, no, I mean...
3, 2, he's at 20 feet.
I got some details for you here.
Now, ground.
I've never seen a rescue effort like that before. That is wild. Police said a doctor drove his Tesla off a cliff with his wife and family inside. He has now been arrested. A man accused of intentionally driving his Tesla off a California cliff remained hospitalized on Thursday, according to new details emerging in the near-fatal crash. Dharmesh A. Patel, 41, faces charges including attempted murder and child abuse after the California Highway Patrol reported he purposely drove the sedan off the Pacific Highway coast with his 4-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter, 4-year-old son, 7-year-old daughter, and 41-year-old wife inside. The family, who remained hospitalized on Thursday, troopers told USA Today, miraculously lived after the sedan spun through the air before plummeting some 250 feet below, just feet from the surf on Monday. They were saved during a dramatic multi-agency rescue. Later the same day, CHP troopers arrested Patel at Stanford Hospital. His one-page arrest report shows. Troopers were dispatched late Monday morning to a call of a vehicle that had gone over a cliff on Highway 1 about 15 to 20 miles south of San Francisco. After looking through evidence of the crash, investigators developed probable cause to believe this incident was an intentional act. On Thursday afternoon, CHP spokesperson Mark Andrews told USA Today all 4 family members remained hospitalized. The family members are expected to survive, but investigators are not releasing details about the extent of their injuries. Patel is expected to remain hospitalized for at least a few more days and will be booked into the San Mateo County Jail after he's released from the hospital. CHP Marin Area Office Public Information Officer Andrew Barclay told USA Today investigators had not yet announced a motive in the case or disclosed what evidence led them to charge Patel. Officials have not released the names of Patel's wife and children. So Patel is a doctor in radiology at Providence Holy Cross Medical Center in Mission Hills area of Los Angeles. Medical Center would not confirm to USA Today Thursday whether Patel had been placed on leave. Prior to troopers reporting the crash was intentional, the hospital provided this statement. Providence Holy Cross Medical Center is deeply saddened to learn of a traffic accident involving one of our physicians and his family. We're extremely grateful there were no serious injuries. We will not respond further as this incident is under investigation. Wild. Bin Laden is hero. Oh, fucking shit. Bin Laden is hero. Thank you for being a freaking follower. Oh.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
Good evening, my friend. So glad to see you. What a screen name. My name is Justin FREAKIN. I usually do a news rundown, 8 p.m. Eastern, Sunday through Thursday. However, because we were on the floor of the house most of the afternoon and into my usual showtime, I did, well, that is his name. I did not prepare material for usually I have a pretty, I run a tight ship. I did not prepare it's a spicy name indeed. Monsieur Balls, good evening, my friend. So I didn't prepare any kind of material for this stream. We're just kind of playing it by ear tonight. Do tune in Sunday and we'll be back to true form. But we're going through some stories. I had to give an update on this Tesla story where the Tesla fell off the cliff. Holy fuck. This is old, but we could watch this. Just cause it's fun. I'm always into a good cop video. This happened in Nashville in January of 2022. That's all the setup you get. Enjoy.
Alright, you can take a picture and send it to me.
He didn't put it in park first.
Who are you?
Oh!
Biggs, I just been attacked. I just shots fired. Shots fired.
Damn. I actually thought the cop got shot. That's my bad. Yeah. I thought the cop got attacked. Yes, it's for real. I specialize in these kinds of videos. That's what we watch around here. I think the dude lived. You got to wonder how. What else we got here? Yeah, he jumped out with an axe. See, this is the problem with me not watching things before I play them. Because I like to react. I like to get my honest reaction. But then shit like that happens. Here's one. I might have been saving this for the freak show, but you know what? Let's fucking do it. Seems like a bad decision for me not to watch things before I play them. Well, I mean, usually cop gunshots are fatal because they ain't going to give a shit about, like, rendering aid. The state of Louisiana is pretty fucked up. Apparently this is true. I have not changed my VPN, but I'm going to try it out.
Yeah, Scotty, well, in the age we live in, access to pornographic sites has literally never been easier. It has some concern about the mental health of our kids. And
you live in sexual anarchy.
The porn industry has been around for quite a while, and in today's digital age, business is booming. When Lori Schlegel isn't seeing her patients who struggle with sex addiction, she's at the Capitol. The Republican state representative from Metairie passed House Bill 142 earlier this year, which requires age verification for any website that contains 33.3% or more of pornographic material.
Pornography is destroying our children, and they're getting unlimited access to it on the internet. And so if the pornography companies aren't going to be responsible, I thought we need to hold them accountable.
According to Schlegel, websites would verify someone's age in collaboration with LA Wallet. So if you plan to use these sites in the future, you may want to go ahead and download it.
I would say so. I mean, I think it's a must-have for anyone who has a Louisiana state ID or driver's license.
Sarah Kelly is the project manager with Invoke, a software development firm here in Baton Rouge, and says there are other ways websites could ask you to verify your age if you are unable to access LA.
I mean, here's the thing. Shouldn't the onus fall on the parent as opposed to the website? Your kid is on the internet. It's your job to check out what they're viewing. It's not the government's business, and you're hampering us law-abiding adults that like to slog it to some porn. Fuck off.
Wallet. She also added, although some personal information will be required, companies must not retain personal data after verification has been completed.
It doesn't.
Well, they retain your data in other ways. I mean, it's porn sites.
What part of the state you're in, or any information from your device or from your actual ID.
I'm pretty sure Pornhub does that anyway.
Yes, this person is old enough allowed to go in.
It'll be the website's responsibility to ensure age verification is required when accessing their site here in Louisiana.
And also, wouldn't the more prudent route be to teach your children about porn, to not have like these weird repression issues? To teach them that porn is a thing and it's healthy to use it sometimes, but you can get addicted. Like, being open and honest about things always seems like the best recourse to me. I don't know. I'm just like, and it seems to go more with the whole freedom concept. You're not imposing your views on others.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Low Earth Orbit, good evening, my friend. Somebody else snuck in here. Who did that? Llama, I did not say hey to you tonight. I mean, like, Pornhub already has like a "Are you 18" thing. I don't think so, but apparently proper sex education leads to twerking in front of kids or some shit.
Consequences for those who fail to follow the law.
Someone can sue on behalf of their child. They can sue if
yeah, Tadpole, they adjourned about an hour and a half ago.
It would be up to the user to sue the company for not verifying age first.
She says problems like depression,
11 votes,
lack of motivation, and chronic fatigue can be directly linked to porn, and says to prevent these issues from occurring at younger ages, this law is imperative.
Chronic fatigue can be related to porn.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I mean, I guess. I think I've experienced the chronic fatigue more when, you know, getting laid, though. I'm super tired, but my right arm is jacked. Oh, fuck. Well, that was something. That was something I've had in the well. Worker dies after being ingested into engine. I said engine. Engine. I felt like I said it the way like a cowboy in an old western would say Indian. I'm out hunting for some engines. You guys want to hear from Kirk Cameron? We did the story a few weeks ago. How the local libraries weren't letting him do his promotional tour for his book. I pointed out how vain it is of him to want to go and read his book that he's selling in a library, whereas drag queens are going and they're reading other, you know, literary works to the children. They're not trying to sell them books. You know, you're the supposed Christian here. Make not my father's house a house of merchandise, motherfucker. But what do I know? I'm an atheist.
Definitely a war being waged on childhood innocence. Why do you think that liberals, people who are part of this drag queen story hour and these kinds of performances that they're trying to gear it for kids, why are they targeting our kids in your view?
Why is reading to children at a library targeting kids with anything? What does that mean? Okay, please go on, Kirk.
You know, I think that most people just live out their worldview.
I think they're probably being consistent with what they believe. And what I would like to see is for the family of faith to be more consistent with what we believe. If we really believe that children are given to us as parents, not given to the government, not given to public libraries or public schools that are run by the government, then we ought to be guarding their minds and then teaching them.
First of all, I take issue with the idea that you give them to the schools or give them to the public libraries. Letting them attend a drag queen story hour is not giving them to the library. This is hyperbolic rhetoric that they employ. And then second, he's literally saying it's the parents' responsibility, yet we just did the story about the woman in Louisiana pushing a bill to, and I believe it passed. I believe you literally have to verify on Pornhub now. I thought it was the parents' responsibility. You just said that.
Them and creating the culture we want for them rather than complaining about giving them to others who create the culture we don't want for them.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And the parents who take their kids to that are more responsible than the drag queens who are putting on the show.
Who's got the trans porn? I'm totally into it.
Belief in God is now, according to polls, is at an all-time low.
Support trans sex workers.
20% of Americans don't believe in God. Kirk, I have a little theory on this. I think that part of this has been put on overdrive during COVID when churches were
somehow this cat is wet. I've got some wet ass pussy in my lap.
From the government, closed their church doors, and in essence sent the message that our spiritual life and church is not important, is not essential.
Now, it's impossible to pinpoint one reason for more Americans losing
This
faith
is now decoding Fox News saying this.
But since they're talking about child sexual abuse, well, the Catholic Church has had a...
The Catholic Church, not only that, but like the Southern Baptists Convention admitted to raping hundreds of children and covering it up. Sudden Apollo, thank you for the resub.
Systemic problem that went back decades, that included thousands of victims. And then there's the Southern Baptist Convention that also...
Great minds.
Scandal. And in the UK, there was a study that found child sexual abuse across all major religions.
Yeah, it's pretty prevalent.
And this, of course, doesn't happen at every church or every congregation, and there's plenty of religious people who would never abuse children. However, it has...
It has been a problem, whereas drag queens abusing children has not. Just saying. By the way, they will resume voting tomorrow at noon. The voting will continue until morale improves. The voting will continue until morale improves. I got you a cat video. I got you a hell of a cat video. I will probably join you tomorrow at noon. I make no promises. But I'm probably going to join you tomorrow at noon. Well, it'll be 12, 13, 14 for sure. They'll do at least 3, I would assume. I don't know. Who knows what's going to go on? Is Kevin McCarthy going to be able to secure the votes? Is this kitty going to enjoy this massager? Ah, shit. They had to have a song on there. I was hoping we were going to hear the kitty. He kind of looks like Smokey. Smokey's right here in my lap. Oh, you fucked up the microphone, Smokes. How you gonna do that? Sorry everybody. Sorry for the popping. It was Smokey's fault. Blame Smokey. I might try to pop in tonight for Fire by Night. It's been a while since I've been over on Echoplex and I missed Dave's birthday. So I need to go and apologize profusely to him. So I might be there for Fire by Night tonight. Should you be watching on the Twitch, we're going to head over to say hey to Christina on Cosmopolitics. I believe she's been down for a couple of days. I hope it's a Blaine episode tonight. I don't want the other dude. I get upset when it's the other dude. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Balls. I ate speaking of balls, I ate a bunch of sausage balls. And they were like heavy on my stomach, and I ended up going to sleep. It was nighty night. I woke up like 4 o'clock to see if Dave was still on, and he must have just signed off. All right, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll probably see you guys tomorrow at noon, but don't forget the Friday Night Freak Show tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. Night, y'all.